Hey guys! Welcome to my afternoon streams! Same as always! For those of you who clearly do not know, well, not like I expect you guys to know, my name's Kurisu. I'm a VTuber nobody knows, and I'm also an average Joe who's stuck in cyberspace. So, last stream, we were here reading hot takes. Final Fantasy hot takes, to be more specific. And yes, I did have a sore throat, but fortunately now I'm fine. So, yippee! I'm fully healed. Okay, maybe not completely healed. Like, I would say maybe like 90% healed, I would say. Still got a little bit of that itch. But hey, I'm clearly feeling better now, you know? I'm definitely feeling better now. However, we're going to continue we're going to continue what happened last stream, which was to read the entire hot takes, you know, all of the every single hot take that we had. Like we're going to start reading where we left off. That is. So yeah, we're going to be tackling through all of it. And believe it or not, before actually starting the stream, I was watching the entire video, like the entire Dissidia NT video, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I can see why Dissidia NT failed. Not only in the gameplay itself, but the writing on the story was, I don't know, I felt like it was all over the place. And yeah, I don't know, it was kind of random. But I also have a special announcement for you all. Like, I also have something that I do want to say, something that I want to confess to all of you. And yes, I am turning this into a short as well. So, bear with me here. Have you guys ever wondered, how does a VTuber look like behind the avatar? Like, what do they look like behind the mask? Well, guess what? Today is your chance. Or tomorrow or the day after. Who cares? However, I will do a face reveal for all of you under one condition. If my Twitch channel reaches 100,000 followers, that's it. I'll reveal my face. You guys will see what I look like behind this avatar. You guys are gonna see literally the person behind it. Okay, maybe you guys have seen IRL pictures of me, but you guys have never seen my face. So that's all it takes. 100,000 followers and I'll do it. But honestly, I'm confident you guys are not gonna do it. You guys are not that crazy. All of you are crazy, but you're not that crazy, you know? I am extremely confident you guys are not gonna do it. But anyways, that's the announcement that I wanted to do for you guys. So, what about you guys? How have you guys been so far? You guys been doing great? Any updates? Any family feeling good? Anything? Alright. Let me see. Who else is online currently? Quite a lot of people, actually. Alright, chat. I am going to start going into the Reddit so that we can start doing this shite immediately, so that we can start reading some of these hot takes. Some of these garbage takes that you people have been typing lately, which some of them I do found hilarious. Some of them I did find, how should I say? There were some takes here that I will admit, they got me throwing hands, to be honest. You guys actually outdid yourselves. But then again, that is what the post is for. Like, the post itself is to spread hot takes everywhere, you know? Like, the upvotes that you got, if you did post a hot take from the thread itself, congratulations on your karma, I guess. You're welcome, by the way, because I did actually take part in that, but you know, If you wanted some free karma because you wanted to post your Final Fantasy hot take, then you're welcome. I don't know. I don't even know what else to say, but you're welcome. What can I say? What can I say except you're welcome? Yeah, that was I don't wanna toot my own horn, but yeah. I was the catalyst for your free karma, chat. And don't pretend like it's not. Alright, let's see. I'm still searching, by the way, for where we last ended up since our last hot take, because I know that it was a long fucking list from all of this, but I don't remember exactly how many of these did we manage to read. My God, so there's a lot here, and I know that the bar on the right was actually like, I would say it was not even like, it was not even at the end. It was like halfway, which is kind of funny. Okay, there we go. There we go. I see more. I can see I can see more takes. Okay, it's around here somewhere. I know the last one that we saw was the one with the red mages. That is the one that I remember. Okay, if I can find it, because I know it was... Red mages are good, so that's why I play 4 of them in Final Fantasy 1. Nah, how fucking dare you. That is by far like the most shittiest take I've read all night. I feel like I've been gaslit. Okay, I found the one with Final Fantasy 6, which I did heavily disagree. Okay, I found it. All right, chat. So I don't wanna stall for much longer. So we're just gonna get right into it. All right, we are going to be reading more of these hot takes. So let me go to my little corner over here so that you guys can see exactly what the hell is going on. All right, let me change the entirety. Oh my God, what is this ugly green? There we go. I don't want no ugly green. I want the good green, which is spring green. I don't want none of that olive green. All right, chat. We're doing it. We are continuing where we left off. Okay, chat. So, as a recap, I did ask you guys one time. I did ask you guys the $1,000,000 question. The $1,000,000 question is, of course, Warriors of Light. What are some of your biggest Final Fantasy hot takes? We were halfway through the list, but holy shit. You guys actually delivered. Sorry about that, chat. That's my office phone. Sorry about that. Had to wait for someone to pick up the phone. That is literally my office phone. Yes, your boy has an office. That is how I am streaming to you all currently. Because I am an office. I have an office. I mean, for fuck's sake, I'm literally the leader of the syndicate, so what do you expect? You gotta expect the leader to have an office. Surely it's not the best looking office, but it's honest work if I'm being honest. Okay, so far this is how much we've managed to read, and my God, Jesus Christ, you guys went ham on this post. You guys, yeah, you guys. You guys abused the shit out of this post. Oh my god. However, however, where we last ended was in this post right here. Red Mage is so much fun. I took 4 of them. Here's the thing about Red Mage. I didn't want to use Red Mage particularly in Final Fantasy 1 simply because I did not want it to alternate between white magic and black magic, and I wanted one of them to be pure black magic, the other white magic, and you know, I don't know. I feel that white mages and black mages also learn more powerful black spells and white spells, so that's the reason why I took out black mage and a white mage. And they're also classics, you know? They're literally the classics, so I had to take them. Do we have the destined red mage? I don't think so. Do we have the destined monk? Hell no. That's why I took and make the classes themselves. Red mage is just a filler class. Okay, that may be a hot take, but don't take it from me. Come on, guys. Don't hurt me. I'm just... Alright, let's get... Alright, so this is where we ended up last time when we started reading the hot takes. Like, we read from all of this to this one right here. And oh boy, honestly, I have the lowest of lows of expectations for all of your hot takes. So I have to come up with an open mind because last time you guys got me throwing hands. So I gotta see if you guys got me throwing hands again. Alright. First hot take of the day. Here we go. Final Fantasy IX. Oh boy, here we go, chat. Already. Chat. Starting out strong, chat. Final Fantasy IX. Nothing about 9 is particularly good. The combat is sludgy and monotonous. The story is poorly... The story is poorly paced and turns into nonsense. The characters outside of Vivi don't really have any major development or resolutions of their arcs other than to be a supporting character in Zidane hollow story. And although there is a good song or two, the percentage of great songs, let alone straight up bangers, is far below the standard of the previous 8 games. Now here's the thing, chat. I played Final Fantasy IX back in the day, and I have no idea what people saw so special about Final Fantasy IX. To me, I feel that Final Fantasy IX was just there. Like, honestly, I did not like Final Fantasy IX as much as everybody else. Like, everybody else is like, oh, Final Fantasy IX is the best game of all time. But I'm like, that's where you're wrong. Final Fantasy VI is the best game of all time. Because honestly, like, I mean, I guess Final Fantasy IX had its good moments, but it just never left an everlasting impact like 6 left for me, you know? What else we got? And it forces you to... Let me see the reply. These are the 2 replies that I have. And it forces you to keep the worst thief in the series on your team practically at all times. Talking about Zidane. So we're talking about Zidane, the only motherfucking thief in the entire franchise that can access the trance state. It's the only thief in the entire franchise who can do that. And he's considered the worst. My god. Alright, what about the other take? What about the other reply? That's a hot take for sure, but I do see where you're coming from. The music is good, but might be my least favorite in the games I've played other than 15. I disagree about the lack of character development though, as I think they all have some development, except maybe Freya. She has a tragic story though, and Kina, which unless becoming a chef counts. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I feel like the characters in 9, they never stuck with me as much as 6. Again, I understand it may not be for everybody, but you know, I don't know. I just felt in my opinion 9 is not as good. In my opinion, again, it may be a hot take, but to me personally, 9 is not as good as 6. And that's or 7. And that's pushing it. I don't know. I feel like people are overglazing 9 for whatever reason. But anyways, I don't wanna start another scorching hot take war over here. So let's keep going. All right. Oh, here's another one. This one is for Final Fantasy 12 and 13. All right. So this one says, number 1, Vaughn is a fantastic protagonist. Bro, please say psych. Bro, please say psych. Final Fantasy 12 is the best in the series. Highly disagree on that. Hope doesn't deserve the hate he gets. Well, again, I don't have much to say about 13 because I never had the opportunity to play 13. But isn't Hope like just a kid? Aren't kids supposed to be annoying and shit? I mean, hey, I was a kid. I was annoying. You were a kid. You were annoying. Your dad was a kid and he was also probably annoying. So yeah, everybody has gone through that phase at least in their life. So I don't think. Yeah, I think number 3 is not a hot take. It's a straight up fact. Final Fantasy 12 has the best and most unique battle system in the series. And Final Fantasy 13 doesn't deserve the hate. Okay, look. Chat. In the case of Final Fantasy 13, again, I have no say. So 3 and 5 are invalidated here in my case because I cannot say much for 13. I heard some things about 13. I heard it was good. I heard it was bad. I heard it was mid. I don't know. I feel like 13 is a mixed bag based on what I've heard. Final Fantasy 12 being the best in the series, my ass. This is the game that traumatized me, chat. This is the game, chat. Final Fantasy 12 is literally the game that made me quit the series for a while. And it took a lot of convincing from my friend to bring me back in 14. Vaughn is a fantastic protagonist. Okay. Vaughn is the most boring fucking protagonist in Final Fantasy, hands down. In my opinion, that he's the most boring of them all. I think that Vaughn is more lively of a character in Dissidia, not in T, by the way, but this Duodecim. I think Vaughn is more of a character there than his own game. That may be another hot take. That may be another hot take in its entirety. And then Final Fantasy 12 has the best and most unique battle system in the series. Hard disagree over there. Chat. The other day I saw Sabi Webs fighting against Garuda, and that motherfucker didn't even have to press a fucking button. If a system doesn't require me to interact with the game itself, then it's not a good system. I think I'd rather play I think I'd rather just play solitaire than play Final Fantasy 12 with that stupid ass battle system. And the yeast mat fight, don't even get me started. Yes, I actually did have to try in the yeast mat fight, but no, just no. Okay, now you got me throwing hands. What about this reply? 12 isn't in my personal favorite, but it's an easy top 5, and anyone who loves it has my respect. Well, I guess I lost their respect because I have an insane hatred for Final Fantasy 12. Oh my god. At least my hatred towards 12 doesn't compare to my hatred with 3, which I will get to shortly. Alright, next one. Oh, Chat, buckle up. We got a Final Fantasy 14 hot take. See what this one says. Final Fantasy 14 sucks, and we should just get a new MMO with no theme park? The fuck? But go back to the RPG routes. So you're telling me that you're telling me that the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy 14 with an MMO of over 3 million players and a free Stormblood expansion sucks? You must have had bad experiences in that game. I mean, can't blame you. Yes, I did have my bad experiences in that game, but that doesn't mean that I have to take it against the game, though. The game is pretty good if you give it a chance. Like past Realm Reborn, it gets a lot better. Trust. Like the moment that you pass a Realm Reborn and you enter Heavensward, story-wise Heavensward, by the way, that you're already like arriving at peak. Stormblood may not be your cup of tea. I like Stormblood a lot. Shadowbringers is where the series actually gets really fucking good. And Endwalker. Endwalker is absolute cinema. Endwalker is literally absolute cinema. Dawn Trail was a hit or miss. I don't know. To me, I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it as much as Shadowbringers. But hey, I think that Dawn Trail actually picked itself back up with the Raid series. It's always the Raid series that ends up saving the bad expansions. Because apparently Stormblood was considered a bad expansion, but the Raid series actually saved their ass. And the music, oh my fucking god, the music. If you think that Final Fantasy 14 is a terrible game, listen to the fucking music. Then come back to me. Let's see the reply. All MMOs suck as far as I'm concerned. Every single goddamn one of them is expressly designed to siphon away all your time and money. That is a scorching hot take, bro. Scorching hot take. The thing is, I don't think Final Fantasy 11 took that much time out of people, did it? Well, aside from Absolute Virtue, but damn, to say that all MMOs suck, like, dude, you've clearly never touched Final Fantasy 14 ever in your life, have you? Oh man. All right, next hot take. Chat, we finally arrived. Here it is. My very own hot take. Chat, I am willing to die on this hill because of this fucking hot take, and I will fight whoever has a different opinion than me on this one. So, this over here, this is my hot take, and I literally did say, I literally did say to all of you, some of you have provided some scorching hot takes, so allow me to provide mine. Final Fantasy 3 is the worst mainline Final Fantasy. Yes, even worse than 2. My reasons were no ethers for your magic users. In other words, if you have at least 2 magic users in your party, you're fucked. You know why? Because you are never gonna find an ether in any dungeon whatsoever. Like a staple in Final Fantasy, and you don't have them? What if you get stuck in a dungeon and you gotta use magic? You're out of magic. Where's your ethers at? They don't exist in this game. Some boss fight force you to play a job you don't want to play. This fucking game forced me to play 3 Dragoons against fucking Garuda. Also, fuck Garuda. I am not going back to Final Fantasy 3. All because of... Chat, I thought that Final Fantasy 3 was about expressing yourself through the different classes and job systems that you use in the game. When the game forces you to change your strategy completely and it forces you to pick a specific job just to defeat a boss, that is not good game design. I'm sorry, that is why should I be forced to do something I don't want to do? Clearly, yes, you can defeat Garuda without having Dragoons in your team, but you're gonna have a hard time. Chat, no matter what I did against Garuda, I always lost. I literally had to grind for sets of Dragoon armor and the spears just to beat this asshole. Oh my god, Garuda was the worst. It was the fucking worst. The story in Final Fantasy 3 is mostly forgettable. Chat, I was having a conversation with a good friend of mine. Even he told me that the story from Final Fantasy 2 is more memorable than the story of Final Fantasy 3. The girl that died in the water temple, I don't even fucking remember her name. The Dragoon that died, you know, the Dragoon that died with his dragon trying to protect Firion and the others. I remember that fucker's name. His name was Richard. See the difference? Final Fantasy 2's characters actually left an impact on the player. The ones in 3, you never have them in your party. I mean, sure, they quote-unquote join your party, but you don't even get to use them. So that means that these characters are just... Yeah, they just come and go. That's pretty much what they do. They just come and go. But yeah, the story in Final Fantasy 3 is mostly forgettable. I don't even remember what was the whole story in Final Fantasy 3. Apparently, we were supposed to take out Xande, but Xande was never the bad guy in that game, apparently. On top of leveling your jobs, you have to level up the character. If you're under-leveled, your character sucks. And if your job is under-leveled, it still sucks. Imagine my face of dread when I get a new job and the job is at level 1. Why should I level up a job at level 1 and it does not scale along with the character? That's just fucking stupid. The only job to this exception was the Onion Knight, and it's because the Onion Knight gets overpowered the moment that you get the Onion gear. So that's the reason as to why Onion Knight breaks that rule completely, but other classes, you're fucked. The final boss is laughable in difficulty since it only knows one attack. Chat. You know that Cloud of Darkness in the PSP version and other versions of the game actually has a different move set. Apparently, it's in her coding to use other moves besides their signature stupid ass move. But apparently, the only move that she ever does against the party is always Particle Beam! That is not a challenge! Chat, what was my party? My party was an Onion Knight, a Dragoon, a Devout, and a Magus. That's all it took to defeat Clouded Darkness. Honestly, out of all of the bosses in Final Fantasy, chat, Chaos took me a couple tries to kill. Chaos, the one from Final Fantasy 1. The final boss of Final Fantasy 1 took me a couple tries to kill. The Lord Master of Hell, aka the Emperor, took me 2 tries. But at the very least, the Emperor was a challenge. You know, I had to actually think outside the box in order to defeat his ass. Zeromus took me a couple tries with that stupid black hole attack of his. Neo X Def actually made me think outside the box as well. Only to find out that the strategy to defeat him was literally use Chemist and then use Zeninage to deal max damage to every single body part. Oh yeah, and use Samson's Might 6 times. Chat. Kefka. Okay, in my defense, yes, I did actually one-shot Kefka, and in my defense, I actually did beat him first try. But it's because I know Final Fantasy VI from the back of my hand. That's the reason why I could defeat Kefka first try. Because I knew that, because I just love Final Fantasy VI and I know that game from the back of my hand. But besides that, Chad, Cloud of Darkness was... She was such a letdown, Chad. She was so disappointing. Like, and the thing is, the story itself hypes her up to be like this omnipotent force. This one boss that one-shots your entire party. And then when you actually get to her, she's a total pushover. All she does is particle beam, particle beam, particle beam, particle beam, particle beam, particle beam. Use something else besides particle beam. That's why you're a pushover. Chat, you know what moves does Cloud of Darkness have programmed that she never uses? She has Bad Breath, which gives your parties a lot of debuffs. She has Protect, which reduces the damage taken by physical attacks. She has Haste, which allows her to move more quickly than anyone else. Well, more frequently in the turn list. Like, she has all of these amazing moves, but all she does is particle beam. Man, what a fucking letdown. Spell slots plus the job system equals a complete fucking mess. Who thought that this was a good idea? I have no idea. And yes, this is the one game that introduces the job system. It was a terrible execution, mind you. Okay, so then another point that I wanted to come across. If for whatever reason you are farming the onion gear and you don't want to waste any of the elixirs that you have been farming, you have to do the following, chat. Think about this. Okay, chat. Put yourself in the shoes of a player who's playing Final Fantasy 3, right? You're at the circus tower, you're fighting red dragons, yellow dragons, and green dragons. The reason why is because these are the motherfuckers that actually drop the onion gear. And if you didn't get the onion gear, they drop elixirs instead. But what if you don't want to waste your elixirs? What if you want to recover your entire party? Well, chat, you have to do the following. First and foremost, you have to exit the circus tower just to go back to the Labyrinth of the Ancients. Then, after that, you have to exit the Labyrinth of the Ancients to go back to the airship to take a rest. Then, after you do that, you have to return to the Labyrinth of the Ancients and walk through all of it just to go back and enter the circus tower and continue where you left off. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hated this game so much. It's also the one title where I had the least fun. If I'm... Chat, honestly, I know a lot of people love to shit on Final Fantasy 2, but I had more fun playing Final Fantasy 2 than Final Fantasy 3. Whoever says that Final Fantasy 2... whoever says that they hate Final Fantasy 2 is lying to themselves. Because, oh, I hate Final Fantasy 2. Do you like Skyrim? Yeah, I love Skyrim. Then, you hating Final Fantasy 2, that's bullshit, because the systems are a little similar. Final Fantasy 3, oh, it's a good game. No, you're lying to yourself. That game was not good in the slightest. Dude, fuck this game. I hate Final Fantasy 3 with all my being. Worst Final Fantasy ever. Oh my god. Anyways, sorry for my rant on Final Fantasy 3. I just had to let it out. You know, I had to let off some steam because I had to let people know how dog shit this game is. And not be gaslit by people saying that it's good when it actually isn't. Alright, let's see how they roast me in the replies. Worst mainline game, worse than 3. Okay, this guy says that it's an ice cold take. Final Fantasy 3 has squarely replaced 2 and 13 as this sub's most hated mainline game. Just a few days ago, we had a thread titled currently replaying all the Final Fantasy remasters and find Final Fantasy 3 really frustrating. Then there was, is it just me or is Final Fantasy 3 NES just completely agonizing and miserable to play? which garnered over 100 upvotes, despite the cause of OP's frustration being them not knowing that jump wasn't back row safe. Some boss fights force you to play a job you don't want to play. Hot take, they don't. I've beaten Garuda without Dragoons, and so have all of these other people. Here's Hein without Scholars, and here's Tempo without Mages. Okay. You defeated Garuda with no Dragoons. Good for you! But I assume that it took you a lot of time leveling up, didn't you? Exactly. Anyways, let's take a look at more replies. I want to see how someone roasting me. I actually like 2, and I consider that a pretty hot take. But damn, saying 2 is significantly better than 3 is a scorching hot take. See what I mean, chat? I'm telling you, every Final Fantasy fan, I don't know what is it that a lot of Final Fantasy fans universally hate 2 for no reason whatsoever. It's because it has the Saga system, which was literally, oh, you use a weapon more and it levels up. I don't think that was a bad system. It was a weird system, but I had fun exploiting it. Like, it's extremely exploitable. So saying that Final Fantasy 2 is generally the worst game, yeah, to me that's a hot take. Even though, in my opinion, if a Final Fantasy fan asks me what is the worst Final Fantasy game, I will answer Final Fantasy 3. I think Final Fantasy 3 is worse than 2. All right, let's see. I would add that 3's overworld has the worst designed world map of any mainline Final Fantasy, with all the nonsensically placed chocobo forests and such. The floating continent map was much more tightly designed, and it shows. Even they say that the map from 3 was extremely fucking bad. What else we got? I disagree. The fat chocobo was the only way to declutter your inventory without throwing any expensive and potentially rare items. It's better to have that accessible than not. Chat, do you guys know how many times that I actually had to use the fat chocobo in order to store items in my inventory? Fucking 0. That's how many times I had to use the fat chocobo. None. 0. I think the fat chocobo was extremely irrelevant because the game itself doesn't even have a weight system. So it's like, what? You know what I did with all of the items that were cluttering my characters and I had no use for them? I just sold them for gil and just got better gear. That's it. It's not that bad. That's it. All I did was just sell the items to get better weapons and get some gil. Honestly, I feel like the fat chocobo was an interesting idea until you realize that there is no item capacity in the game. If there was item capacity, I could see a logic for having the fat chocobo, but there isn't. Therefore, the fat chocobo, again, is just completely fucking useless. Good take. Final Fantasy 3 is such a letdown. Only good thing is the job system, but as you say, you're forced into certain compensations and the leveling is gross. Just awful color to Final Fantasy V's implementation. Plus, the idea of the final boss is cool. Literally cosmic force of the natural order, like fighting fate itself. Fight is boring though, and she's barely in the game. I think 9 is the worst, but Final Fantasy 3 is very, very low. The thing is, chat. What I like about the reason why I liked 5 a lot, even though a lot of people consider 5 to be mid, is because Final Fantasy 5 actually took the job system from 3 and actually perfected it. It's just the job system from 5 feels good, just right. Like it feels amazing. The job system from Final Fantasy 5, because the job system from 5, not only do you have more jobs that you can use and you can actually be creative with them, but another factor is because you don't use spell slots in 5. But in 3, the job system itself You're forced into compositions you don't want to play. You have to level them up, or else your character fucking sucks. And you're locked into the spell slot system. I get it, the Final Fantasy was still experimenting with their games and stuff, but come on, man. Spell slots with the job system and no ethers in the fucking game? Are you mental? Chat. Imagine playing a Final Fantasy game and not seeing ethers. Final Fantasy 3 is your game for you, dude. It's so bad. It's just so unbelievably bad, dude. Oh my god. What else we got? Thinking 9 is the worst. Thinking 9 is the worst is a far harder take than thinking 3 is. Okay, look, again, I didn't like Final Fantasy 9 as much as the next guy. You know, I get it that there's people that actually like Final Fantasy 9, but I personally did not like Final Fantasy 9, so I don't know. I didn't like 9 as much as other people. But Final Fantasy 3? Fuck that game! Yeah, that's right, I said it. Your favorite game is Final Fantasy 3? You have shit taste. But you know what? Actually, no, I'm gonna say it. If you like Final Fantasy 3, you have no taste. People love to complain about 7 Remake. People love to complain about 2. People love to complain about 15 and 16 and 13. But no one in their mother dares talk about 3. Except this guy. Except this professional idiot. Because I actually have the balls and not be gaslit by saying that 3 is actually the worst in the entire franchise. Alright. Finally, we can move out of my own hot take and proceed with the other ones. Tetsuya Nomura has better designs than Yoshitaka Amano. Ooh. Chad, now that's a scorching hot take. Look, okay, look. Let me show you guys some designs real quick. I need to do this to you guys because you guys need to see this. So we're gonna take a look at how Yoshitaka Amano draws Cloud Strife. Alright. Let me find the artworks so that you guys can see exactly how do they draw the characters, so that you guys can see exactly how they're drawn. Granted, no hatred towards them, because you know they're both amazing artists, but although personally my favorite one has to be Tetsuya Nomura. But that's just me. Alright, that's Yoshitaka Amano. Now let me get Tetsuya Nomura. Okay, so there's actually 2 versions of Tetsuya Nomura's artwork that actually have evolved over the years. So I need to look for both. I need to look for both of them real quick. Alright, chat. I'm gonna show you guys 2 artworks, and you guys need to tell me which one looks better. All right, chat. Check this out. So first and foremost, I'm gonna show you guys exactly the. Let's see. You see this, chat? This is Cloud. This is Cloud. Wait. DJ, did you stop the music? No, DJ, you can keep with the music. Alright. Chat. This is Cloud and Aerith. Drawn by Yoshitaka Amano, by the way. Yeah, that's literally his art style. Look at that. This is how Yoshitaka Amano always does his characters, by the way. So this is what Cloud looks like with Amano's art style. And this is what Cloud looks like with Tetsuya Nomura's art style. Personally speaking, again, no shade towards both artists. I like their art more, but in my opinion, I feel that Nomura's art style is superior to Amano. Granted, Amano's artwork is good. I'm not saying that Yoshitaka Amano's artwork is bad, but I think that visually, aesthetically wise, I feel that Nomura's art style is the more appealing choice between the two. Granted, this art style may not be for everybody. Like this art style, I think this art style is the type of art style that belongs in a museum, you know? You see it, you appreciate it, you're like, damn, that looks cool. Oh, I wonder what's the meaning behind that picture, you know? Like this I would say that Yoshitaka Amano's art style is more catered towards something that can be placed in a museum. While Tetsuya Nomura's art style, you can actually use this art style to envision something like an animation, a video game, or anything really. So it just depends. It just honestly depends on the how should I say, on the context that it's used. So personally, in my heart of hearts, Tetsuya Nomura is my favorite artist. So I'm always gonna cater towards the Nomura art style. But I'm not saying that I'm not saying that Nomura's art style is bad, alright? I'm just saying that I'm just saying that Amano's art style just doesn't, in my opinion, in my heart of heart, it just doesn't fit when it comes to video game design. I would see it more as a museum piece. I agree, but I love both. Okay, that's fair. See, this guy's the same as me. I like both of them. All right, Chad. Moving on, we got more hot takes, and keep in mind, we're only getting started. We are only getting started. We're not even at the bottom yet. All right, chat. Next take. Final Fantasy VIII is a much better game than Final Fantasy IX in every regard. Dude, don't let the Final Fantasy VIII. Dude, don't let the Final Fantasy IX fans hear you. They're gonna come at you. Don't let them hear that shit. Oh fuck, man! Now that's a hot take. Oh shit. The thing is, again, I may not like nine as much as the other ones, but wow, you're just challenging the majority here, and I'm all in for it. All right, let me see the reply here. Partial agreement here. I love 8 and have even come to prefer it over 9, but in terms of characters and their development, 9 blows 8 out of the water. Squall, Rinoa, and Laguna feel pretty fleshed out as characters. Squall's development alone is one of the best in the series, in my opinion. But if you line up the rest of the team and support cast, 9 wins easy. Kistis, Zell, Selfie, Irvin, Ward, and Kiros do not have near the development of Steiner, Vivi, Freya, and Aiko. Kina and Amarant might be kind of half-baked as party members go, but the other 4 feel like fully fleshed out characters. Even the side characters such as Blanc, Marcus, Beatrix, Regent, Sid, Baku, Ruby, Stiltskin, and more feel far more fleshed out than most of the roster 8 has to offer. I don't know. I still say that, personally speaking, I kind of liked the characters from 8 a little better. Again, that's just me. No hatred towards 9. I don't think 9 is the worst one. That dishonor goes to 3. Fuck 3. All right, what other hot take we have? Okay, what do we have here? 5 is better than 6, but 4 is better than both. Oh my god, you are so... I want to throw hands. Chat, I want to throw hands. What do you mean Final Fantasy 5 and 4 are better than 6? Chat. Okay, look. Final Fantasy 4 is a good ass game. One of the best in my opinion. One of the best in the series. But do I think 4 is better than 6? Hell no. Hell to the fuck no. 5 being better than 6 is already a fucking hot take. But 4 being better than both of them? Okay. Yes, I will admit Final Fantasy 4, in my opinion, is better than 5. But it's not better than 6. Come on, dude. Alright, let's see the comments. 4 gets such little love here, it boggles my mind. I barely see people talk about Final Fantasy 4. I feel like Final Fantasy 4 is a little underrated and people should give it a chance. Like, if you're getting into Final Fantasy, chat, take it from me. If you need an entry point, granted, not every Final Fantasy is the same. I'm just playing them in order because, you know, that's just me. But if you want a good starting point in case of story and all that stuff, I highly recommend, like, if you're a person who is story driven, I highly recommend Final Fantasy IV. Ninja, welcome in! Want to know something crazy? My mom won't let me play Final Fantasy because the first one I tried to play had a girl as the main character. Like that even matters. Which one of the two? Final Fantasy X-2 or Final Fantasy 6 or 13? Because there are 3 Final Fantasies that have a girl as the main character. You have Final Fantasy X-2, Final Fantasy 13, and you also have Final Fantasy 6, which in my opinion is the best one. It was on Xbox 360. The girl on the cover, did she have pink hair by any chance? If she did, then I know exactly the game you're talking about. From what you remember, Ninjak. I need you to confirm if the girl had pink hair. Because if the girl did have pink hair, then yes, it is Final Fantasy 13. And again, oh, it was 13 too! So yeah, it was Final Fantasy 13. Again, I have no say in Final Fantasy 13 because I never had the chance to play it, unfortunately. You can blame Final Fantasy 12 for that. 12 is the reason why I could not play Final Fantasy 13. Like, I had the urge to play it because I'm like, hey, it's Final Fantasy. But my hatred for Final Fantasy back then was caused because of 12. So yeah, your mom did not let you play Final Fantasy 13 too. The sequel to Final Fantasy 13. Alright, let's see more of these replies. 5 is better than all of these. Borrowing your hot take to present mine. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Yo, fuck you, dude! 6 is the best one out of all of them! Yeah, you know what? This motherfucker right here speaking my language. He knows what's good. He knows what's good when it comes to Final Fantasy. Yeah, I think 6 is the best game of all time. Alright, what else we got?
Take your water bottle and hydrate. You need it.
Oh, thank you. Ow! Ow! Why you bonk me? Why the hell you bonk me for? Ow! I'm not simping for nobody. At least not yet. Ow! I'm gonna feel that one in the morning. I do that every time. Yeah. I can see that. Ow! At least not yet. Yeah, because we're not simping for nobody. We're just reading text. Oh, okay. Thank you for the. Ow! What the hell did you hit me with? Ow! Just threw a can at me. Just for that comment. Or you know what? Yes, I will be simping eventually, but that simping is not today because right now we are reading words, we are reading hot takes, and thank you for the hydrate. I actually needed that. All right. I am hydrated and I am ready to continue. The 10 and 10-2 remaster really doesn't look that bad. Honestly, I have no idea why people were complaining. I don't even know why people complain about 10 and 10-2 remaster. I think the remaster was a much needed. I think the 10 and 10-2 remaster was a necessary evil because honestly, we needed that game. We really needed that game. Ask your mom how much a VTuber model costs or dad. I'm thinking of paying for one. Oh, believe me, I know how much it costs. If you're extremely curious, Ninjak, my VTuber model, like this one you see here, costed me a grand total of $200. I'm not kidding when I'm saying that. It literally costed me $200 for the design and the rigging. And if you want someone, yeah, it's not bad. Like for starting out, it's not bad. And it's good quality too. The person that it's really cheap. It's one of the cheapest ones you can find in the market. Chat, actually, let me I got an idea. I am going to send you guys the I'm gonna send you guys the person who did my VTuber avatar in case you guys are curious. I actually managed to communicate with her through Fiverr, if I'm not mistaken. So links VTuber. I will post it in the Discord, yes, but I feel that it's also good that I post it in here as well. All right, chat. So I know there's a big ass text, but bear with me. This right here, this is the link to her Fiverr, by the way. This is Link Stella, and she is the one who just dropped by to make you drink water and stuff. Yeah, thank you so much. I actually did need to hydrate. So as you guys can see here, Link Stella has a lot of things that you can do. One of those services is to make VTubers. So yeah, and again, the VTuber models, they're not that expensive, especially if you want like for a full model VTuber with full model rigging and stuff. It costed me $200, which is not bad, and the quality is pretty good as well. So if you guys want a cheap VTuber model, highly recommend Link Stella. Really good at what they do. All right. So enough about all right. Enough about me promoting Link Stella for VTubing. I have to go finish setting up. No worries, and thanks for coming. Oh, and thank you so much for the hydrate. I really appreciate it. Bye. Take care. All right, let's continue, chat. All right, we got another one for Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX is way overhyped. Vivi is overhyped. Give me a second. Let me adjust everything. There we go. Vivi is overhyped. Yes, his moment is a nice touch, but he spends most of the game complaining and touching his index fingers. Zidane is tedious, but worse. Dagger has no freaking agency all game and won't see her mother as an evil person after a ruthless genocide. By Dagger, we mean Garnet, by the way. Steiner needs to leave the princess alone for a minute. Amaranth who? Pace is super slow. Still, plot points get abandoned and big events happen off screen. Vivian Kuja moment, for example. Chat. I was starting to believe all of what you were saying until this word shows up. The moment that you start using the word pacing, I refuse to take you seriously. I am so sorry. Oh my god. I don't know. The reason why I hate the word pace so much, it's because to me it kind of sounds elitist, you know? That's the reason why I hate the word pace and pacing so much. Simply because it literally sounds elitist in a way. Alright, let's see how these motherfuckers are roasting the comments. I really like Vivi, but other than that, I agree. You have also forgotten Freya, just like the game does after 1/3 of the game. Jesus fucking Christ. Poor Rat Girl, even more forgotten than Amaranth. This one's a whole ass testament! Let's read it. The scene where she's reunited with Fratley, who doesn't remember her, and Clara getting destroyed is towards the beginning of Disc 2. At that point, she lost her home. Her home away from home, and the love of her life doesn't even remember her, so she goes with the party, who are also trying to stop Queen Brana. This scene where she puts aside her issues with Beatrix and fights alongside her is right after that. Then she, Steiner, and Beatrix are separated from the party for the rest of the disc. We see her at the beginning of Disc 3 in Alexandria, and Treno, where she manages to get Amaranth to review his backstory. Then she's playable for pretty much the rest of the game. She doesn't have any notable story segments dedicated to her, but that's true of the most of the party, and that's the point because they're almost never on the Mist continent anymore, and the game focuses on the world story. Then obviously we found out that Fratley fell in love with her again is on disc 4. How many discs did 9 had? I don't even remember. Disc 4? 4 discs for the PS1? Wild. Sure, she doesn't get as much focus as Vivi or Garnet, and there's probably other things they could have allowed the player to do, like locate Burmesian refugees or something, but I don't think people exaggerate how forgotten she is. Damn. Alright, oh my god, what's up? Damn, this you see, chat, this is the reason why I don't fuck with Final Fantasy IX. You're gonna get testaments like these. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Chat, this is the result of what happens when you challenge Final Fantasy 3 fans. You get testaments like these. I don't know what Vivi's moment is supposed to be. He's trying to come to terms with his existence for most of the game and then eventually gets to a point where he can be there for others. I don't see the similarity between Zidane and Tidus other than being supportive and energetic. Tidus doesn't fancy himself to be a ladies' man. Nobody didn't grow up with found family and never has a moment of existential crisis. Chat, funny story. There's a moment in Final Fantasy X where Tidus' dad literally roasts him for having no bitches. He literally says to him, and I quote, "You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball." Like, the moment I saw that, I was like, this motherfucker just told him he has no bitches. I think that was kind of funny, though. That was so unbelievably funny. That was the original no bitches meme before no bitches was a thing. What else we got? Dagger leaves the castle at the beginning of the game at her own volition. Tantalus attempts to kidnap her, but she wants to leave. She is the one who drugs the party to knock them out so she can escape back to Alexandria with Steiner, who follows her orders the whole time. She refuses to see her mother as a bad person because Brana was under someone else's influence, aka Kuja, and Brana took her in as a baby. Even in real life, there are examples of people doing bad things and their family members have a hard time seeing them in a new light. And that's without things like mind control. How many villains did that got mind controlled in freaking Final Fantasy? Jesus Christ. Sure, Steiner needs to leave the princess alone. Steiner also needs to learn how to think for himself and see that life isn't as simple as it seems. Luckily, that's his character arc. There are even NPCs that make fun of him for not thinking for himself and living his life by morals that someone else gave him for and thinking that anyone can tell right from wrong. He dismisses Zidane and Tantalus as one-dimension criminals and thinks they should get death penalty for kidnapping Garnet. By the end of the game, he sees Tantalus and Zidane as friends. When Garnet is saying goodbye to Zidane at the life tree, Steiner literally turns away from them to give them their privacy instead of butting in as he would at the beginning of the game. Amrath is definitely a weak point. I think he's there mainly to learn from the others that people are stronger together and that everyone needs help. What plot points get abandoned? What Vivi and Kuja moment are you talking about? You see, chat, this is a reason why you don't fuck with Final Fantasy IX, because you're gonna get these type of testaments. My fucking god. That's a lot of words. It's a shame that a lot of people are not gonna bother reading all of them. Whoa! This is another testament. Okay, chat. I think this motherfucker may have a take for almost every single Final Fantasy. Almost. All right, let's take a look. Veamos. They should make another game like Final Fantasy 1 where you pick your party at the start and have to stick with it the whole time, and you have to focus on resources and survival like in 1. Well, they did. It was called Final Fantasy 3, but they fucked it up because of how terrible it was. So, yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, I guess. The story of Final Fantasy 4 stops being interesting after Cecil becomes a paladin. You didn't. You did not just say that. The story of 4 stops being interesting after Cecil becomes a paladin. Are you mental? The story gets better when Cecil becomes a paladin. The fuck you mean? It's Cecil coming to terms with who he is. And abandoning the dark side. That is being a dark knight. For Baron. You know, actually doing the right thing for once. Oh my god, that is a scorching hot take. Wow. Wow. We're not even halfway through this testament, chat. It's weird that Final Fantasy fans have made a big deal about how it should be Aerith and not Aeris, even though Aerith makes you sound like you have a lisp. But no one seems to care that Terra should be Tina, or Zidane's Japanese name was Jitang. Chat, here's the thing. The thing about Aerith is that when it comes to the name itself, it's like Japan was trying to say the name Earth, you know, Aerith, instead of Aeris. Aeris, I don't know what Aeris means as a name. But I know that Aerith, okay, it maybe it has like a tie-in to the word Earth, you know. So I think that personally, in my heart of hearts, I think Aerith is a better name than Aeris. Personally speaking, of course. Like, I mean, hey, Aerith is the canon name for her. Like, even in the Magic the Gathering cards, it doesn't say Aeris, it says Aerith with a TH at the end. Aerith, Gainsborough. So yeah, this whole thing that fans made a big deal about it. I mean, they just need to suck it up that it's actually Aerith and not Aeris. I mean, hey, the moment that I started playing Final Fantasy 7 again, I went through, because we're playing the game on PC. The moment I came across with the name and it gave me Aeris as the default name, I'm like, nah, that's not the default name. Change that shit. Put a T and an H at the end. Ah, much better. Much better. I don't know, I think Aerith sounds like a better name than Aeris, in my opinion. I like the Final Fantasy VII meta story elements. Okay, that's not that bad. Dirge of Cerberus was fun. Story was awful though. Oh, you're gonna get a hot take for that one. That's a hot take. A lot of people really hate Dirge of Cerberus. The way the junctioning system was implemented in 8 is just bad. Defenders always point to how if you know what you're doing, you can break the game. That's true, and an RPG where as soon as you figure out how to play, nothing requires strategy. It's a bad thing. Okay, look, the junction system may be bad, but it's not as bad as the job system from 3. Let's be realistic here. Squall is dead theory is stupid. I never actually understood that theory. The Squall is dead theory. I never understood it. If you use a turn to steal while in trance in Final Fantasy IX, you should be guaranteed to get an item. Not exactly. That's not how trance works. So, nah, you're asking for too much. You're just asking for the game to be reduced to baby mode. Or, in worst case scenarios, journalist mode. Yeah, that's right, I said it. Dodging lightning in 10 is easy. Now that's a hot take. Now that's a fucking hot take. Do you guys know how difficult it was to dodge lightning in Final Fantasy X? Chat. That was extremely fucking difficult. What do you mean that dodging lightning is easy? International Final Fantasy X HD version makes the game worse. Again, it was a necessary evil, so I don't have too much of a beef with that one. 11 should have been called Final Fantasy 14. Wait. 11 should have been called Final Fantasy Online. 14 should have been called Online 2. But see, this is where you're wrong, because, you know, there's different universes and stuff, so they had to go with Final Fantasy 14, so that's why, and, yeah. Final Fantasy 11 being Final Fantasy 11 means that you got another game to play in the franchise. With Final Fantasy 14, on the other hand, yeah, you can either play 11 or 14. Pick your poison, buddy. The disdain for 13 when it came out had more to deal with it not following industry trends than a lack of quality. It's true, I agree. From what I have heard from Final Fantasy 13, I think Final Fantasy 13 was far ahead of its time. From what gameplay I saw and from what they've told me. Yeah, I think 13 was just ahead of its time. And people did not appreciate the paradigm shift mechanic. 15 is honestly a bad game, but I can't help myself from liking it anyways. I also do not understand the hatred for Final Fantasy 15. To me, Final Fantasy 15 is not a bad game. It's just that it gets boring at some parts of the story. That's pretty much it, but it's a pretty game, I won't lie. Granted, I feel like we could have added better with Versus 13, but 15 is not that bad. Alright. Let's see what, and then the last hot take, the boomer hate for 16 is dumb. It has a lot of problems, but a lot of old fans hated it immediately. I feel like Sebi Webbs is getting called out here. Like, if a game that's a mix of Devil May Cry, Godzilla, and Game of Thrones doesn't sound fun to you, you're probably kind of boring. Not to say it totally lived up to that promise, though. Here's the thing, Chad. A lot of you may disagree with me. And yes, I have played old Final Fantasy games, but I did not hate Final Fantasy 16 at all. I liked it, actually. I thought the story in 16 was great. And yes, even though we got some funny stuff coming out of it, like Sabby Webb's constantly quoting, Clive, fuck. I think that's kind of funny, but Final Fantasy 16 is not that bad, you know. Sure, it may not be your turn-based perfect Final Fantasy game that you want it to be, but it's still a fun game regardless. The story was good. I liked it. The boss fights were amazing. Alright, let's see how this motherfucker gets roasted in the comments, in the replies. Jitong is just a translation of the French Arabic name Zidane. Just like Cloud's name isn't actually Curaudo. That being said, a similar hot take is people not pushing for butts. Gotta love buds. The thing is, butts sounds like a stupid name. I think Bart's, in my personal opinion, Bart's sounds badass. Butts just sounds silly. My god. There isn't a dakutang in the translation itself, so shouldn't Zidane Sitan be closer? It might be off base there. I guess maybe changing Salamander to Amaranth would have been a better example. Changing butts to Barts is a localization that is understandable though, lol. Yeah, exactly. It's a localization, but I personally Bart sounds more badass than Butts. All right, let's see what else we got here. I agree with most of your points. Squall's theory in particular has no basis at all, and I feel like the only reason anyone will get behind it is to be edgy. Also, getting mad at people calling her Eris when the Japanese actual name for Eris and Erif is the same as Erisu is criminal. I can get behind calling her Terra instead of Tina because it conserves part of the exotic feeling it was meant to have. But there's no excuse for Zidane. As someone from Europe where it was always called Jitang, it gets me on my nerves. My goodness. Yeah, you got people talking about the freaking name changes and stuff. Cecil becoming a paladin should have been a slower burn built up to for like 3 to 4 of the game. The man is showing remorse for his actions as a Dark Knight in the first 90 seconds of the game and acts the exact same as a paladin as he does as a Dark Knight. That's not a redemption, that's a career change. And then this guy fully agreed. Now this is a take right here because the thing is, Cecil actually does own up to his mistakes when he becomes a paladin. Instead of actually like, yeah, he may have had its moments, but I feel that actually Cecil purifying himself and turning himself into a paladin, it's still pretty good. I don't see anything bad with it. Like, yeah, he does still feel remorse and stuff, but and acts the same, but the thing is, getting over something is not easy. Put yourself in Cecil's shoes for once. I gotta clean my glasses because my glasses are extremely dirty. Holy shit. But yeah, Chad, these takes are extremely fucking wild. How far are we on the list? Do we still have more? Oh my god, we got a lot more. Oh, holy shit. All right. Next take. Oh, this one got designs and shit. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. This one has designs. I think Amano's art is good as art pieces, but bad as promotional art. Way too abstract to give you an idea of what your playable character is even meant to look like. It's ironic that their artwork stopped being the standard for promo art when the series finally jumped to 3D and your imagination didn't need to do as much imagination work to decipher what your characters were meant to look like in lieu of promo art. But I did originally consider sticking with Amano, and I think some of the concept art kind of illustrates how I feel. Like if I showed you the first image to a very casual person who played Final Fantasy VII without the deepest knowledge of the series, this first image without telling them what it was, I don't think they'd be able to identify who the characters were. But if you showed them that the second image, they would say, "Oh, that's my man Cloud. I love that game." So these are the two images that are compared. So this is Cloud when he was being drawn by Yoshitaka Amano, and this is Cloud in his usual art style. It's as I said earlier, Yoshitaka Amano's art style is good for art pieces, museums, and all that stuff, but when it comes to promotional art and stuff for the game, I think it's not as good. Personally speaking, of course. Granted, it's also kind of ironic because it's also kind of ironic that I say it's not like good for promotional art when my favorite game is Final Fantasy VI. And then let me give me a second. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that I say that it's not good promotional art when Final Fantasy VI has one of the promotional arts that goes the hardest, chat. Let me show you guys this. Chat. This is the box art for Final Fantasy VI. Honestly, this was also drawn by Yoshitaka Amano, and this goes hard, bro. Personally speaking, this was one of the times where Amano locked in. Dead ass. Not even close. Like this man, Yoshitaka Amano, he literally locked in the moment that he had to make the promotional, like the box art for Final Fantasy VI. I think this art was great. But yeah, I do understand their point, you know? Like personally for promotional art in my opinion, Tetsuya Nomura's art style actually ties into that and I think it's superior than Amano's, but as an art piece, I think Amano's is better for displaying in museums and stuff. Okay, another hot take. And we're not even nearly at the end because we got a lot of takes. Vaughn being called Final Fantasy XII's protagonist is deserved. I wish Stranger of Paradise had more ties to the city than just the warrior appearing at the end of and a throwaway line from Gilgamesh. Okay. Yeah, he may be the character from 12, but that doesn't change the fact that he's still boring as shit. And in the case of Stranger of Paradise, having more ties to the city, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I actually agree with that one. I actually agree that, you know, Jack Garland should be implemented in the Dissidia series because, I mean, it's still fucking Garland, so. Chat. If I were to make a Dissidia game, I would have so many plans. Did you play the third DLC? It more so confirms Stranger of Paradise. It's an interquel between Duodecim and NT. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Alright. Let's see. Another hot take. There's another one from Final Fantasy VII. Avalanche is a rainbow of terrible people, and other than stopping Sephiroth, they pretty much exclusively made people's lives worse. What? By destroying the Mako reactors, which are draining the Earth? And you know how Barrett is constantly saying that the planet is dying and that they need to destroy the Mako reactors in order to achieve that. So, chat. It's pretty much that. It's pretty much that. Dude, you know what? I feel like the world is slowly devolving into Final Fantasy VII, where instead of Shinra Mako reactors, it's literally people wanting to bomb AI factories or some shit. Motherfuckers gonna start treating OpenAI like Shinra, and I'm all in for it. We gotta protect the planet. Oh man. Okay, now that's actually a fucking hot take. Don't quote me on that one. Jesus Christ. Also, fuck AI. All my homies hate AI. Anyways. All right, let's see the comment here. This is a whole testament for just for just this post alone. Oh man. You see, chat? This is what I'm here for. Chaos. Chaos and DJ, you can keep playing the music. I don't mind. Okay. That's sort of the point. Everyone's safe for Aerith is a complete fraud. Even the extended group Zack is a pea-brain bootlicker. Cloud is a fraud. Tifa is a coward that lacks agency. Barrett is an obsessive lunatic whose violent extremism gets 100% get hundreds killed. On and on. The only one with actual power and insight is Aerith. She she's the group's wise old sage. I always felt that the story was the greatest fake it until you make it tale ever. Since the one person that wasn't a complete fraud gets killed, it's up to a group of idiots to save the world. What's endearing and even strange about Final Fantasy VII isn't that you go roaming around about discovering your character's really some moon demigod half human paladin. You instead go roaming about only unearthing what frauds each and every one of them is. It's like if Cecil had walked into the mirror cave on Mount Ordeals and had to be confronted in the mirror with a sleazy, drug-addled homeless guy and went on to assume the role of bum for the rest of the game. Jesus Christ, that's the worst. That sounds terrible. I'd say that it was this constant trope subversion that made the game connect with people. They win as a group of very broken and flawed people. That's exactly why Final Fantasy VII is considered by many to be the best Final Fantasy of all time, even though to me that's completely subjective. But I don't see that as a bad take. You know, everybody's entitled to their favorite Final Fantasy, unless your favorite is 3. Then we're gonna throw hands. All right. Next take. Active time battle isn't turn-based combat, but I understand why people are comfortable calling it that. But the classic ATB Final Fantasy games aren't even good examples of turn-based combat anyways. The classic ATB games had interesting character progression systems sometimes, but were pretty poorly tuned compared to something like Dragon Quest. In Dragon Quest, you actually have to use your character's buffs and abilities or you crash and burn pretty quickly. In classic era Final Fantasy, you can spam fight and use potions for most of the game and breeze through. Final Fantasy 12 perfected ATB. Oh my god. More like AFK Arena. And is a work of spectacular genius in the genre. I did this by taking a clever step away from turn-based while retaining the core of ATB idea. Rebirth has the best combat system in the series and in JRPGs in general by being a logical progression from ATB to a hybrid action system. Rebirth with Gambits will be the best possible JRPG. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll be a hot take for, people who like Remake and Rebirth. Honestly, to me, I don't feel as much. But in the case of ATB, it's true. ATB is not considered a true turn-based, because ATB is the same as active time battle. It's turn-based with extra steps, pretty much. Like, a real turn-based game is games like Final Fantasies 1 and 3. As much as I hate 3, I have to acknowledge that it's a turn-based game. Final Fantasy 10, Clair Obscure Expedition 33, Dragon Quest, Legend of Dragoon. Those are turn-based games. Octopath Traveler. Those are turn-based games. Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are not turn-based at all. Those have the ATB. Active time battle. So yeah, it's not a true turn-based. So for those people who say, "Oh, I missed the turn-based in Final Fantasy," that's not even turn-based. What are you talking about? It has active in the name. Another hot take. Jesus Christ. Here we are spouting hot takes left and right, chat. All right, here we go. I think the discourse around optimization is harmful to newcomers. Disagree. You can beat 8 without worrying about your level, playing triple triad, and drawing converting every spell to 100. There are viable strategies in 5 beyond, for instance, dual wielding flare rapid fire. You don't need to avoid leveling in 6 until you acquire espers. You certainly don't need to worry about Brave Faith Zodiac compatibility or de-leveling the class so you can level in as a ninja in tactics. If someone wants to do those things, cool. Genuinely, I'm glad you have a way of playing that makes you happy. Saddling newcomers with these expectations like there's a right way to play is a different matter in my opinion. Naturally, if someone's seeking specific optimization strategies, have at it. I always kept saying, chat, that Final Fantasy has always been an experimental franchise. There's always going to be new shit in every iteration of the game that you see. No game is similar to the other ones. Final Fantasy 1 is a direct inspiration to Dungeons and Dragons. Final Fantasy 2 had the Saga system, which a lot of people hated, which is hypocritical if they like Skyrim. Final Fantasy 3 had the job system, in by far the shittiest system because it got combined with the spell slots. 4 had the ATB for the first time. 5 had the job system with extra steps, and a better one at that because you use mana instead of spell slots. 6 had the Esper system, which was honestly, in my opinion, one of the best systems in the game. Same for Final Fantasy VII's Materia system and the Limit Break. Final Fantasy VIII has the Junction system. 9 has Trance. 10, I don't remember much of 10's in this case. 12's is extremely fucking weird. 13 has the Paradigm Shift. 15 is just action based, and in the case of 16, well, it's pretty much Devil May Cry. But yeah, the thing is, in my opinion, there is no right way to play Final Fantasy in general. You play the game however the fuck you want. But discourse around optimization is harmful to newcomers. I think optimization is a necessary evil in a lot of games because it keeps things fresh, That is the reason as to why games such as Final Fantasy are always like, fresh. Even though people may not like a certain entry, there are games that have to try something new, just to get people to play that game specifically. May not be your favorite, but it may be someone's favorite, Alright, let's see. What other hot takes do we have? Another hot take I would like to add, not count so much because it isn't mine, but someone told me in Reddit some months ago, and I didn't forget it to this day for how shocked I was. Alright. Lay it on me. My body is ready. The person said that Aerith isn't really important in Final Fantasy VII. The person that said that Aerith isn't really important in Final Fantasy VII, and that if you remove her, the story will barely change, and that the writers only tries to make the players think they need her badly, but that it isn't true. That Aerith is only needed in the temple, but if you erase Aerith and the fact she's the only one capable of doing it would not make much of a difference. I think it deserves a place here because it was the biggest hot take I read so much I still remember it. Chat. 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 You guys know that the reason why the planet got fucked in Advent Children, it's because they couldn't stop Sephiroth and Genova, right? Because the only one that can stop Genova is a Cetra. In other words, Aerith was the last Cetra, and Sephiroth killed her off. Wow. Alright, let's keep going. My god, that's a hot take. I cannot blame you. Honestly, I cannot blame you because that's a scorching hot take. Aerith is extremely important to the plot of Final Fantasy VII. All right, let's see. Majority of the series is just okay in terms of narrative, mechanics, etc. The majority, not all of them. Okay, that's. I mean, this isn't even a hot take. This is straight up facts. All right. My hot take. I won't know what to do when Nomura retires or disappears or becomes a built-in zipper golem, etc. Oh my god. I have loathed the man for so long that him not being there for me to love will create a void. I guess Xenos Ye Galvez was right. You need to find something that fills the void. And if Nomura leaves Square Enix, then there's nothing to fill that void. All right, let's see what else we got. The Dark Messenger is a far better final boss theme than One Wing Angel and Dancing Mad. Remind me which one was the Dark Messenger again. Don't tell me that was Final Fantasy IX. Chat, I gotta look this up. Hold on. What the chat? The Dark Messenger. Okay. Final Fantasy. The Dark Messenger. Of course, it's Final Fantasy IX. Of course, it's Final Fantasy IX. Why am I not surprised that it's Final Fantasy IX? How can you be so bold yet be so wrong? Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat. I don't even remember this soundtrack. One Wing Angel is iconic as fuck. Dancing Mad is Kefka going through the entire stages of hell, purgatory, and heaven in order to achieve godhood. And of course, adding a hint of madness into it. Yeah, the Dark Messenger is literally forgettable in my opinion. That's a hot take for 9 fans at least. Scorching hot take. Fuck you, dude. That's why you got the upvote. 10's battle. Okay, here's another one from 10-2. I see a lot of hot takes about Final Fantasy 10-2. 10-2's battle system was one of the best done moments in the franchise, and if they hadn't saddled it with the polarizing K-pop all-female gimmick, it would have set the standard for future entries. See, that's the thing. A lot of people love to say that Final Fantasy X-2 had one of the best job systems ever, but they say, oh, game bad because K-pop and stuff. It's not that bad. Okay, sure, again, the game for me, it was just there, but it could have been... Think about it. Think about it, chat. It could have been worse. It could have been worse, but it isn't. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. We got a big one. What do we have here? Veamos. Final Fantasy X is not the best main series game. I agree. I think 9 is not the best the main series game either. I think that Final Fantasy VI is the best game of all time. The best Final Fantasy of all time. It doesn't have the best story. It doesn't have the best gameplay. Just plain old turn-based. The nicest thing to do is use Yojimbo and Gambo for Zamato. It doesn't have the best humor. You can count on your fingers the jokes that were told. Funniest one is Tidus dreaming of being with both girls. Tidus laughing out loud is just creepy. It's not the best world exploration. Chad. Okay, Chad, I'm not gonna lie. If you were to put Yoshikage Kira's theme song with Tidus's laugh, I think it would actually sound creepy as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Like low-key, it actually would. But that's just me. Don't quote me on that one, chat. If you put JoJo Bizarre Adventures Yoshikage Kira's theme song with Tidus's laugh and you time it just right, it just sounds evil as fuck, bro. It sounds evil as fuck. Imagine Tidus as a fucking villain. That'd be funny. Oh, wait. Actually, never mind. I take it back. Alright, let's see what else. Since it was the first Final Fantasy to PlayStation 2, it allowed voice acting and way better cutscenes. And that added as a whole to the experience. Must have been awesome back in the day. Oh yeah, it definitely was. It's not a mid game, it's a good game, but it excels at nothing. I really didn't care for Tidus or Waka or Riku or Auron or Lulu. I like Kimari and Yuna a lot, but took Final Fantasy X-2 for that. But took Final Fantasy X-2 for that. I didn't finish Final Fantasy X-2. I just played the start of it. I really like to see Yuna trying to do something different. Which is the best main series game? No clue. I recommend anyone start by the original Final Fantasy VII though. PS1 graphics are aesthetic now. The story is arguably the best, which I disagree because that honor goes to 6, but you know, to each their own. Gameplay is slightly better since there is ATB and dexterity. Summons suck though with way too long animations, and the music is spot on too. High Wing music will be in my head forever, so triumphant. Aerith theme also hits hard, and the humor is spot on. I call Red 13 playing ball with the kids. Let's mosey. Lady Dress Cloud, yes! Yes! The cross-dressing scene. Sid hating on his assistant. 7 is a great start. Yeah, 7 is one of the is literally a great start for Final Fantasy. But again, if you want to like explore the series where the story actually does matter a lot in the series, highly recommend 4. I highly recommend you start a Final Fantasy 4. Let's see how they roast these comments. It excels at nothing is the perfect description of Final Fantasy X. It's certainly not terrible, but I struggle to call it great either. I got to the Blitzball game where you see Auron or something like that before he joins the party and just couldn't take it anymore. Absolutely nothing about this story or the gameplay pulls me in whatsoever. The only character I even want to like is Kimari, but that is strictly because Dragoons are my favorite class and Blue Mages are second. The man himself does not interest me. Damn, poor Kimari, bro. Their subplots have absolutely no depth. We got to see Rec 13 understanding his father, Sid getting to space. Both of these have more impact than all of the subplots in Final Fantasy X. We don't know much about Lulu, Waka, and his brother. And we don't know much of Auron. We don't know how much of Riku and Sid and Yuna's Albed side. The whole story is plot driven and there is no space to feel the characters. Yeah, the thing about Final Fantasy X is that I felt that some of the characters, like, yeah, they were interesting, but they were kind of missing. They were kind of missing something, you know? Like, the characters had something to them, and it was missing. I don't know what it was that was missing, but I felt something was missing from the characters themselves. Oh, we gotta. Oh my god, what is this big ass testament after this take? What the fuck? You guys are wild. Sephiroth should have been the protagonist of Crisis Core and not Zack. Scorching hot take. Sephiroth has a far more interesting story and arc. He's more personally affected by what happens in Crisis Core and is frankly just a more interesting character. Also, Zack's death in the OG is better written than Crisis Core's version. Chat. Crisis Core's version of Zack's death hit me in the feels, especially when he said, "You'll be my living legacy. Embrace your dreams, because to be a hero, you need to have dreams." Dude, like, how can you tell me that OG version is better written than Crisis Core version when, bro, Crisis Core's version of Zack's death was absolute cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. Sephiroth being the protagonist of Crisis Core, I completely disagree. Yeah, he had interesting moments, and playable Sephiroth sounds interesting, but I think Zack deserved the spotlight for Crisis Core. In order to know the hero that came before Cloud, how is it that the Buster Sword was passed to Cloud in the first place? And the thing is, after I knew the meaning of the Buster Sword in Crisis Core, I wanted to get the Buster Sword card for Magic the Gathering. Because the Buster Sword's meaning represents dreams and honor. First, it was Angio, who was the original owner. Then it was Zack, and then it got passed to Cloud. Dude. Yeah, that's a scorching hot take. I do not I do not agree with that take, and that's why it deserves the upvote. Alright. Oh my god, look at chat. Look at this testament. Holy mother's dick. What the fuck is that's a paragraph? That's a whole testament. Look at this shit. What is wrong with you people? I thought it was just one hot take, not too many hot takes. Jesus Christ, man. We're not even near the end either. I think we're gonna have to make part 3 of this shit. Hopefully not. Because I want to play Slay the Spire with you guys. Alright. The big one for me is that Final Fantasy games are not only defined by change, but also by innovation that ultimately redefines or inspires a character-driven JRPG with cool new ideas while remaining cohesive. It's a series of games that shows the entire gaming industry how to make a damn good game. It's the ingredient most of the recent Final Fantasy games are lacking, and I think it's the biggest contributor to fans being split with each new game. And that's understandable, because games are increasingly harder to make and Final Fantasy games take so much longer to make. But none of that matters as a consumer. What matters more is that even when a game like Final Fantasy 15 or 16 ends up being better than the average AAA game on a technical or academic level, it's disappointing to have a decent game, but not the groundbreaking slam dunk of a game that the series was consistently pumping out to a routine once upon a time. Even if you weren't a fan of Final Fantasy 8, for example, you didn't have to wait long to play 9. It's the reason I have to find alternative games to satiate my Final Fantasy fix without replaying the same games all the time and having to wait for a new Final Fantasy game. Right now, aside from Kingdom Hearts, the series I'm playing that I feel more like classic Final Fantasy games in the modern era compared to Final Fantasy 15, for example, are Metaphor Fantasio or Fantasia New Dimension. The latter of which is inspiring to me to give Final Fantasy 8 a third chance because of its superficial aesthetic similarities. I guess in a way, I think everyone, aka Square Enix, Final Fantasy fans, etc., should heighten their standards a little bit. This could definitely be a case of nostalgitis, because I played Final Fantasy X when I was a kid, and then later got into 7, 3, and 9, and then 8 before I turned 14, and then playing the other stuff later on in random order thanks to emulation. I had the privilege and time of playing many Final Fantasy games, spin-offs included, in a relatively quick cadence before 15. I think 13 has been robbed completely of its place as an all-time great among the Final Fantasy series due to silly things like the extreme superficial linear design, the lack of PlayStation exclusivity, the false insistence of having to go through the data log to understand the story, and the characters not putting their best foot forward in the early narrative with little chance of getting invested in their struggles later on. It only sucks that not everyone gave the game a real chance because 13 is peak fiction. It brought tons of cool new ideas that went on to inspire modern Final Fantasy games, and it executed on its design almost perfectly and masterfully with fewer cut corners than any other major Final Fantasy game released after. It's proof that modern Square Enix can pump out a really awesome Final Fantasy game without the Final Fantasy grandfathers and without having to heavily depend on nostalgia. Final Fantasy VII Remake is also really great, and I say on par with 13. But part of its success was its likeness to another Final Fantasy game that had to be praiseworthy on its own. My opinion on this game is definitely skewed. It was my close friend's first Final Fantasy game, and he loved it. And I was in Japan during 13's peak popularity, a country that universally praised the game. So I never saw any hate towards it until I got into social media. I don't mind that Final Fantasy is leaning towards action combat, but if it's going in that direction, it should stick to something similar to Kingdom Hearts, a series of games that doesn't ditch its RPG elements while enhancing the action elements that it makes it unique. Especially the first game, where you can build around strength, defense, or magic, change party AI behavior with surprising granularity and reliability, and exploit unique weaknesses among the prolific enemy designs. It even has the Final Fantasy Battle Command menu that the other action-based FF games are lacking, all except the Final Fantasy VII Remake games, which I think are Final Fantasy action combat done best. And that's partly because it's Kingdom Hearts like in design and mechanics, albeit more simplified in action in service of emphasizing RPG elements. Final Fantasy 15's combat looks flashy, but it forgot to feel like a proper action game with good game feel. 16's high buttons per minute combat doesn't suit the repetition of sheer game length of a complete RPG, and it robs the RPG elements completely. Okay, I read the entire testament, and I do agree that the newer games could actually take from previous Final Fantasy sevens, and actually make better of that. Chat. You know how Sabby Webs is constantly saying that Final Fantasy fans have been gaslit, that they don't want a turn-based Final Fantasy? Chat. If there is no market for turn-based RPGs, why is Metaphor Fantasio successful? Why is Persona 5 successful? Why is Claire Obscure Expedition 33 Game of the Year? There's clearly a market for it. You guys are missing out because you're too focused on doing action combat. And you deviated from your unique ATB system completely. So I feel that Final Fantasy should take a step back and actually take a look at their turn-based roots to see what make them great again. Who knows? Maybe Final Fantasy 17 will actually be a turn-based game with a good-ass story. But we'll have to wait and see. Also, Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think in Final Fantasy, when it comes to Final Fantasy, I don't think we ever had one of the main characters be a dancer, have we? We know it's a class in the game, but we actually never had a Final Fantasy character in the main cast that is actually a dancer. Maybe they can experiment with that, Ooh. Like I feel like they have a lot to experiment with, chat, when it comes to Final Fantasy. Chat, chat, chat. I feel that I would. Okay, look. I'm not the best. I'm not the best writer, but I do have amazing ideas. I feel that Final Fantasy 17 could be great if they just take a few steps backwards. Sometimes when it comes to making games and stuff, and you see that a game is clearly not doing so well as the previous ones did, sometimes you gotta take a step back, you know? Alright. But I see their point, you know, I see their point when it comes to this take. I don't think this is a hot take. I think this is like an analysis on what is going on with Square Enix. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Oh, here's another hot take. This is a short one, but Jesus Christ. Final Fantasy 13 would have been a better movie than Spirits Within, and Spirits Within might have been a better game than Final Fantasy 13. Disagree with both. Don't mention Spirits Within ever again. That was a disaster of a movie. I still keep saying Final Fantasy Spirits Within is not a Final Fantasy movie. Not at all. Final Fantasy Spirits Within, it's a science fiction movie at best. But it's not, to me, it's not a Final Fantasy movie. Like, if you chat, if you take off the Final Fantasy title from Spirits Within and just left the name Spirits Within, you're not gonna see the fucking difference. You're not. Hell, it shouldn't even be called Final Fantasy Spirits Within. It should just be called Spirits Within. That's it. Because that, holy shit, that did not feel like a Final Fantasy movie. Alright, let's see. If Spirits Within was made as a game, I'd expect it to be on par with Starfield. I would like to see a Final Fantasy 17 as a space opera with good characters. I don't think a space opera would be good for Final Fantasy 17. I'd see it more as a, you know, good old fantasy, you know? That could be fun. Okay, then yeah, then again, it's not within the realm of possibility to think about it though. Alright. Final Fantasy 13 being on multiple discs for the 360 hindered its development. Well, isn't Final Fantasy like a series that had multiple discs since 7? So I think, yeah, I think that's a little bit of a hot take. So I think that's like a bit of an extreme hot take there. I don't know. Again, I never played 13 because I don't have a save for it, but having multiple discs is not a bad thing. Let's be realistic. Thank you. I wish it was not on the Xbox 360 at the time. Square said they had to cut content. Oh, that explains it. What about this one? Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 11 is better than Final Fantasy 14. Chat, somebody hold me. Chat, someone hold me. I need someone to fucking hold my arms because I'm about to punch a motherfucker. In what way is Final Fantasy 11 better than 14? In what way? Bro, you know that the director from 11 was the one that made 14, right? And the fucker got kicked from the development team of 14. You know that, right? The developer of 11 was so bad, he costed the company millions. No. Infernal hot take here. That's an infernal take. The diabolic hot take. Holy shit. I felt that one. 10 has similar flaws to 13 in hallways, but everyone overlooks it in 10. That's true. Everybody loves to hate on 13 because of the hallways, but I'm like, wait, didn't we have linear hallways in Final Fantasy X as well? What the fuck's going on? Alright, what else we got? I prefer the action combat and Expedition 33 did... Wait. I prefer the action combat and Expedition 33 did not change my mind. Okay, again, to each their own. But personally speaking, as someone who has been looking for a game to play that isn't anime like Persona 5 or Metaphor Fantasio, I really liked Expedition 33. So I think Expedition 33 is great, but I also acknowledge that Final Fantasy 16 is also great. I like both games. Oh shit, my bad. Alright, let's see how this guy is roasted. Expedition 33 story is what made it God tier. I take on turn-based combat. Well, it overstayed its welcome. I kind of got tired by its super tight parry windows by the time I got to Act 3. Skill issue, by the way. Every new zone is like 10 new enemy attack patterns to memorize and internalize. Just exhausting as hell. My own attack strategies barely mattered. Those just speed things up. What mattered more than anything was that I had the enemy attack chains memorized. I'd have liked that if Expedition 33 dropped the action-y bits and went full turn-based like Final Fantasy X or Persona. No, I feel like the combat system in Expedition 33 was good. The parry system is actually a really good system, and it actually added a bit more challenge to the game. It allowed you to defend yourself without taking the hits and just sending them back in. And besides, you don't always have to parry. You can always just dodge the thing if you know you're not gonna parry it. The stake is bunker billies, right? Oh no, another testament. Chat, how many testaments do we have? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, it's a lot of them. I'm not sure if we'll be able to finish the entire hot takes today, but I'll try my hardest. Alright. The Final Fantasy VII Remake project is a bloated mess that's too full of fan service to appeal to new players. Hey, Sabby Webs, look! Someone who's right up your alley! Sabby Webs, look! Look! Is this one of your fans? He's right here! Look! Alright, let's keep reading. And it makes too many stupid and insulting changes to the story to be true enough to its source material. It blows its whole goddamn load with Sephiroth in the first installment, which remember is only the first 5 or so hours of the first game, and completely ruins the threatening mystique behind this character. You're only giving hearsay accounts about up to that point. And then the second installment just devolves into an endless loop of minigames, busy work, and a story that seems to be fighting itself the entire time. It wants to be Final Fantasy VII, but it also wants to overcomplicate the hell out of what was a fairly cut and dry story in the original. It's honestly absurd it's taken 2 games, one around 50 hours and the other close to 100, to retell just the first disc of the original. I think Final Fantasy VII had 3 discs, right? Yeah, I actually had 3 discs. I honestly struggle to see what beyond the battle system, which will be seriously improved by the AI, not only targeting whichever character the player is controlling, would appeal to a person who's never played 7 before, because it assumes too much. You're familiar with the source material by jumping ahead of itself way too often with English not Englishing, gratuitous Sephiroth and Zack scenes. The music is also incredibly grating at times, unless it's a remix of an original song, with way too much of it sounding like it was composed and played on a bluey toy guitar. Now, I have actually heard the music from Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. don't think the music is really that bad. I think this is not even a hot take. This is literally just a garbage take. Like the music part alone is already a garbage take. But we gotta read the rest of this. Believe it or not, I don't hate these games. I thought Remake was pretty interesting until it tripped and fell into a ditch with its narrative in the first chapters. And while Rebirth dragged for far too long, it did have its moments, and I'm an unapologetic Zack fangirl and can't help it. I just feel they're massively overrated and honestly don't even need to exist. They feel like shiny cash grabs that are occasionally fun, made to throw member berries at people who love the original while not actually saying or doing anything that truly enriches the world of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, honestly, this is a garbage take. I am so sorry. This take right here, there's a reason why I upvoted your ass. This is a garbage ass take. Oh my god. The thing is, a lot of people are upset that Remake and Rebirth are, oh, different universes and shit. But the thing is, chat, DJ, you can keep playing the music. The thing is, chat, keep in mind that the world of Final Fantasy VII already got fucked over. Because the only one that could stop Sephiroth and Jenova is a Cetra. And the only Cetra that exists, well, she's fucking dead. She's literally fucking dead. And there's also a lot of plot twists as well. Like, why the fuck does Cloud have the black materia this time? What is the transparent clear materia that Cloud was holding at the end of Rebirth? Why did Red 13 have to have the fucking childish voice when he was better sounding like Monaco from Expedition 33? Chat, you know what? You know what'd be really funny? You know what'd be really fucking funny? Imagine in part 3 of Final Fantasy VII of the remake series, imagine if they retcon that Vincent Valentine is actually Sephiroth's real biological father. That'd be extremely fucking funny, and I'm all here for it. Because it doesn't help the fact that both Vincent and Sephiroth both have the same exact facial structure. Same eyes, same eye structure, same nose, same face. Even the mouth is the same. The only thing that changes is the eye color and the hair. That's it. But you put them next to each other, carbon copies of each other. I'm not kidding. All right. How does this girl get roasted in the comments? Let's take a look. I agree with you. I agree with all you're saying, just not to the same extreme. Thank you. I really think it should have been just being a two-part game without so much fluff. And while I like that they tried to keep things goofy in some places, it came at the expense of also being able to be dark. Exactly. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is the same person. I don't mind some of the goofier moments because old school Final Fantasy can be goofy as hell while still telling a serious story. But for every banger scene like Red moonwalking during the Queen's Blood tournament, you have tone-deaf scenes like the gratuitous Palmer boss battle right after Barret and Dine's final moments together. One of the most heartbreaking scenes in all of Final Fantasy VII. Like, Jesus, game, let the player breathe and grieve before throwing them into another boss battle. Well, that's fucking ironic because you had no time to grieve in Final Fantasy VII when Aerith dies because you had to fight Jenova immediately after. Also, the boss battle with Rufus in the Gold Saucer, the massive facility under the Shinra Mansion, the 87 chores you have to do in Costa del Sol, at least make your padding a little less obvious. We get Square Enix told you to somehow stench a 40-hour story through 3 modern games, but you're straight up wasting my time at best and completely crippling the tone and tension of pivotal scenes at worst. The thing is, when it comes to a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake, you gotta add as much new shit as possible, you know? You don't want to have the same exact stuff you had in OG7. Because if you make a one-to-one copy of the game, it's gonna get stale eventually. You want to try something new sometimes. Holy shit! I memory hold the gold saucer Rufus fight. I think having some fights versus the Turks during that sequence is a good move, but having it occur at the arena and adding in Rufus feel like shit right off a Saturday morning cartoon. All right, let's. We already read too much of this hot take, which was again another freaking testament. Let's see what else we got. A real hot take. Yep, a real hot take. Lay it on me. 15 is one of the best games in the series. Look, it's your favorite and that's okay. You are consider yourself lucky your favorite is not 3. Final Fantasy 15, yes, it can get boring at times, but it's not the worst story I've ever seen. Agreed, I find it absolutely immersive. Yeah, see, somebody there agrees with you. It's not the best. It's not the best game in the series, but it's there. All right. Oh shit, here's another one. Oh wait, this one has a lot of comments. Wait, even a testament, my god. Okay. 16 has one of the best combat in the series. It was just too different to land well with many players. Finally, somebody has the balls to say it. That is absolutely true. And I agree with that take. As hot of a take as that is, I agree with that take. Someone literally has the balls to say, yes, 16 has the best combat in the series. And you know what? I fucking agree with this guy. Or girl, or they, them. We don't discriminate. That's how I feel about 12. Okay, no, but here's the thing. 16 is actually good, and it has an interesting character, while 12 is just, it's just blech. And Vaughn is a boring character. I fucking love the Gambit system, but I also love Excel spreadsheets, databasing, and automation, so I feel like it was kind of made for me. My god. The thing about Final Fantasy 12 is that Sabi Webs just literally placed it plainly. It's as playing AFK Arena, pretty much. You don't even have to press a button during the Garuda boss fight. Wait, did people not like the Gambit system? That was always how I envisioned the future of turn-based games being growing up. Essentially coding your character actions live as a battle as the battle progresses. I was thrilled when Final Fantasy 12 introduced that. Shame it didn't stick, but I love newer games like Unicorn Overlord doing that. So, in the case of Unicorn Overlord, I have never had the chance to play it, but I heard from a friend that it's actually pretty good. So, I may eventually have to take a look at it. But I don't know. I have to see for myself. This motherfucker's name is literally Octoplath Traveler. I see what you did there. Alright, let me see the response. You got 7 responses. My god, this is a responses to a response. My god. I think time will be favorable to 16. I think its greatest sin is that it released in a time where the RPG landscape is overrun with gooners and loser chuds, and frankly immature dweebs that cannot understand subtlety or nuance or depth. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Chat. These people with their hot takes, they got balls of steel, bro. They are so fucking brave to say things that will not otherwise be said in the community itself. Chat. Chat. I agree with this take. I fucking agree. I always keep saying that Final Fantasy is an experimental franchise, but there's people that are not willing to accept that. I'm all here for it. Chat. Give me a few minutes. I am going to go for a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. Alright, I am back and I am ready to keep reading some hot takes. See what else we got. I want to see how this person gets roasted because my god. This person is so brave and so bold. Alright, let's see what we got. I'm not going to go and say, oh shit, hold on a second. I'm not going to go and say that Final Fantasy 16 is some kind of masterfully written nuanced work. But it's frustrating as hell that there is a good deal of nuance here, maybe 9th grade level if I'm being generous. Yet so much of the online discourse completely ignores it for the shittiest takes. Like, half the people complaining just write the story off as, "Durr, slavery bad. Clive just goes around lecturing people that slavery is bad. Media literacy is dead." The thing is, I thought that Final Fantasy 16 story was great. I even said that Final Fantasy 16 is one of my favorites. So honestly, I don't even know why people hate it so much. 16 is in a weird spot for me because I think it does definitely deserve some criticism, but the people that don't like it treat it like it's completely awful, which it just really isn't. Yeah, that dishonor goes to 3. It's just so weird that its low points get magnified like crazy. Are the side quests good? Low, fuck no. Honestly, I don't think the side quests were that bad either. Sure, they were a bit of a chore to do, but it's not like the side quests were, you know, annoying to complete either. Because the side quests actually had a reason to be complete. It also expanded on the story as a whole. And the side quests too. Also, I really like one of the side quests. You actually make a little girl cry because she was being a piece of shit. And I'm like, yeah, you're a piece of shit and you deserve to cry. Little shit. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Okay. Are they the worst thing ever that ruins the entire game and makes it unplayable? Also no. But this is what everyone acts like. It's not like it had side quests where you had to reload the same area for 2 hours straight to farm for goat hides with a 10% drop rate, or having to dodge 200 lightning bolts in a row. Oh my god. Final Fantasy X. And I hear pretty often it has high highs, but the lowest lows. Honestly, the lows are just mid and dull as hell, rather than actually being terrible. Yes, it sucks that you have to go collect sand and buy garlic for Mid's boat, but really it's just a 30-minute segment of the game. Okay, yeah, I will admit the mid segment was a little annoying. I will admit that. But the rest of the game is not that bad. And besides, there was a reason for it because you have to get the materials for the boat, you know? Alright, what else we got? My all-time favorite criticism of Final Fantasy 16 is that the slavery makes no sense because the bearers could just fight back. Absolutely brain dead, 10 out of 10. Okay, yeah, the bearers can fight back. With what weapons? That's the real question. With what weapons? It's not like they gave them weapons. And do keep in mind that the guys who literally do keep in mind that the soldiers that were holding the bearers actually had more powerful weapons than them. So no, they couldn't. Even if they fight back, they would be outnumbered. I can kind of see that argument can be made, especially since bearers have fireball slinging superpowers. Yeah, but it drains them. That's the problem. If they use magic, they're fucked. Their lifespan is cut. But they clearly make a point that using these powers kills them, and that normies can match those powers with the crystals. Exactly. See, this is someone that understands. I agree, but I also remember people losing their minds over 9 having mildly cartoonish proportions. So here we still are. I don't mind the cartoony proportions that Final Fantasy 9 has. I think because again, every Final Fantasy it's unique in its own way. I just don't think that Final Fantasy 9 is as good as people say. That's my take. I cannot imagine feeling that way, but I'm very glad you got a combat system that clicks so well for you. How many replies does this post have? My god. I think it helped for me that I love RPGs, but I also really love Devil May Cry and Bayonetta. Okay, that explains it. That explains part of your take. Oh no, here we go. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, here we go. 16's combat is clicking harder for me than the actual real games that action games that inspired it. It's ultimately Diet Devil May Cry, but that's exactly what I needed. In Devil May Cry, it requires a decent amount of effort to even play. Lots of abilities need some inputs that, while easy, aren't necessarily comfortable, like lock on, back, forward, square. And it makes a challenge to integrate these into the thick of combat in the middle of long combos while handling 5 enemies at once. And to do legitimately cool shit needs real hard work with tight timings and is ultimately rewarding as fuck. 16 throws out the skill floor entirely. Hardest motion is just pushing square and triangle together. Timings for perfect dodges, counters are lenient, but holy shit, can you do cool shit right off that bat? A total novice to action games can be easily doing things that were complex in other games, like jump canceling to reset your air combo and gravity pull, or baiting enemies into attacking you so you can convert that hit into a Rook's Gambit counter, or using animation locks to charge up your burning blade. I think 16 system was great because it just, you feel like a badass even if the game itself is not, even if you're a noob to the game. Then you can infinitely scale up the complexity from there. Keep up enemies juggled into an infinite air combo using knockdowns, lifts from charged blasts, phoenix shift, and jump cancels. Trying to get into parrying, which is as hard as fuck to do consistently, or doing those crazy ass air combos from the secret icon unlock in the DLC. Which one of the two? Leviathan or Ultima? I think a lot of fans expected explicit skill expression from either the RPG or action side. RPG fans want bosses with specific approaches required. Bringing the fight moves, bring the right build, hit the correct weaknesses, kill the enemies in the right order. Action fans wanted harder bosses forcing you to memorize specific attack chains, learning to dodge flurries of attacks flawlessly, taking advantage of small windows to attack. Final Fantasy 16 is more implicit with its skill expression. No style meter, no hard to dodge attacks, no weakness hit, press turn. It's all nitty gritty with minor movements and micro text to overstyle on super easy enemies and bosses. See, that's the thing about 16. A lot of people love to discard it and say, oh, it's just Devil May Cry. But the thing is, Devil May Cry is actually a much more harder game than 16. It's literally Diet Devil May Cry, as this person said. I agree with this 100%. The simplicity of 16 felt like a breath of fresh air after the slogfest that was Rebirth. Oh my god, here we go again. It's good for people who don't have experience with the inspiration. Otherwise, it's simply cheap imitation. Also, who thought health gating bosses was a good idea? What's the point of being good at a game if you can actually waste damage? Why is there a deleted comment? Chat! Why? We're here for hot takes. Why did you delete your comment? Why? Why? Tell me reason. I'm here to see shit takes. I'm here to see hot takes. None of this pussy shit. All right. Oh, here is a long ass one, and this one's about Dissidia NT. Dissidia NT was alright for what it was, if overpriced at market. Looking into developer interviews and reactions here, I feel that it was a victim of expectations, partially from the fans who never had the context of it originally being an arcade game and expected duodecim HD, and from the general idea of it being esports. There are still people who claim that the decisions regarding the gameplay were due to an esports focus or claim that it was ripping off the Gundam Versus, when most of those decisions stem from either the game being 3v3, which was more or less its main aim for nearly the beginning, or being an arcade game, which aren't known for extensive customization options. I'd say the devs should have rolled out as much of the 50 character plans as they could have, but I'm pretty sure that thing in 2020 would have killed the game regardless. On a more personal note, I'm not overly interested in games post 5. I've experienced plenty of 6 via osmosis. 7's overexposure kills my interest, 8, I kind of have a curiosity, as it's kind of similar spot in 5 in that I don't know that much about. 9 feel like it takes more from the later games, even with the callbacks, to the earlier ones and so on. I do have an interest in playing OG 7 and 8, and did play a bit of the latter, and I definitely want to play 11 due to its development ties to the first 3 games. But otherwise, most of interest lies in the early games and how later spin-offs and remakes interpret them, which is often rare compared to the focus that later games get, understandably but disappointingly. On a related note, a Kingdom Hearts hot take I have is that the Final Fantasy's characters, aside from Sephiroth, basically are usually so reinterpreted, and the fact that despite Kingdom Hearts light and darkness themes, the games actually take very little from the Final Fantasy games that actually use those themes directly. That I tend to feel Final Fantasy's influence on that series from a more stylistic angle than the characters involved. The thing about Dissidia is that Dissidia failed because, yeah, I feel that in the case of Dissidia, it's because it didn't feel the same as Duodecim. On top of that, the system itself was completely different. Like, you had 3v3s instead of a straight up 1v1 in Dissidia NT. Not only that, but you did not have Tifa in the main game. Like, not having Tifa in the main game was a recipe for disaster. I would have at least one main character, one supporting character, and one villain from every game. Because the thing is, when it comes to Dissidia, you never had a villain from Final Fantasy 13 in Dissidia. The villain from 12, which in Duodecim it was Gabranth, then you placed it at DLC as Vayne. And I still think that Gabranth is a more interesting villain than Vayne. Final Fantasy 14 also had a villain, Xenos Ye Galvus. You could have had Gaius as well, but I think Xenos was the perfect representative for the villain for 14. Of course, you did have Ardeen as well, for the villain for 15. It was, even though it was too late. But 13 always gets shafted. Final Fantasy 13 always gets shafted no matter what. The only other character that you had from Final Fantasy 13 was Snow. But you never had a real villain from Final Fantasy 13. Where the hell is Caius? What about that? What about Caius? Final Fantasy 7, you should have had Tifa from the get-go. Where is Laguna? Did we forget about Laguna? Like, I feel that a lot of decisions in Final Fantasy Dissidia NT are what killed it. I feel like that's what killed this in NT for a lot of people. Not only was it because they focused on the 3v3 aspect, but because a lot of characters were missing from the main roster and placed as DLC, which further pissed off a lot of people. Also, if you're gonna have designs such as Materia and Spiritus, let people play as those characters as well. What are you doing, man? Alright, let's keep reading. Another hot take. I can't bring myself to play 10-2. It has some loyal lovers and some loud haters. I'm neither, and I'm just up to a point where I can find out if I am. So, honestly, I don't think this is a hot take because I found myself in the same situation. I think, to me, 10-2 is just there. My hot take is the drum in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was way overhated, and I actually like it. Chapter 6 is the culprit. The drum? I don't know what they're talking about, because I don't think I haven't played... Look, I will admit, I haven't played 7 Remake simply because I'm waiting for the 3rd chapter to show up. Once Chapter 3 for Remake shows up, I will play the entirety of Final Fantasy VII Remake. The entirety of it, chat. All of it. From the get-go. On stream, by the way. Final Fantasy XII leads to a worse ending than if the villain wins. Imagine if Larsa still gets assassinated by the remnants of the Senate due to the untrustful power, and as a leader despises having Bosch protect him. And Arcadia will completely went chaos. Also, if associated with Final Fantasy Tactics, yes, their world is wiped out by Cataclysm for lacking the Sun Crisp power to maintain the energy of the mist. I don't have much to say about Final Fantasy XII either. I think that game is... Ugh. Sometimes I love to erase from my memory that Final Fantasy XII even exists. Is that a bad thing, Chad? Is it a bad thing for wanting Final Fantasy XII to never exist? Yeah, I think it is. Lulu's dress would not work. Yeah, don't say those words to a cosplayer because they're gonna challenge you. I feel like these are the words you use if you want to challenge a cosplayer. Someone will find a way to actually cosplay as Lulu and have her dress as well. Don't challenge cosplayers, chat. Please don't be too hard on me. Brother, you are in a Final Fantasy hot take area. We're gonna be as harsh as humanly possible. Vagrant Story is a Final Fantasy title and the first of its solo character titles were the likes of Crisis Core, the MMOs, or 16. Back then, the solo character JRPG was so different. Parasite Eve was one, but it was more of a JRPG spin-on the Resident Evil archetype, that they marketed it separately from the Square Enix franchise, but the director's other works, Ivalice Alliance, suggests otherwise. If Vagrant Story is a Final Fantasy title, then at this point we should be treating Octopath Traveler as Final Fantasy titles as well. Because they're literally the turn-based game that everybody wants. But a lot of people refuse to play them because they don't have Final Fantasy in the title. See what I mean? I would say to people, give Octopath Traveler a chance. You will not regret it. Best versions of Final Fantasy 1 through 10. 1 for the PS1, 2 for the PS2, 3 for the Pixel Remaster, 4 PS1, 5 SNES, 6 SNES? No, 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 chat, no, 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 chat. If you ever play Final Fantasy 6 on the SNES, dude, no. Chat, believe me, do not touch Final Fantasy 6 on the SNES. The moment that you get Realm and you use Realm sketching, you're fucked. Your whole game, your whole data is gonna get corrupted and you're gonna have to start all over from scratch. Take my word for it, do not play 6 on the SNES. Please do yourself a favor and play the Pixel Remaster. Please. That's a hot take right there. I already suffered and I don't want you guys to suffer as I have. Okay, maybe a little. Let's see. 7 for PS1, 8 PS1. I mean, they did have the remaster for 8, so maybe play that one instead. 9 PS1 and 10 PS2. Some of these are scorching hot takes, though. For the first 6 games, I would highly recommend the Pixel Remaster. 7, I mean, sure, there's the PS1 version. Just do not update the game in case things go haywire because, you know, apparently there's been a lot of shit happening with Final Fantasy VII updated for PC. 8, get yourself the remaster. 9, there's only one. 10, get yourself the HD remaster. You do not lose anything of it. And it's, again, I feel like the HD remaster for 10 was a necessary evil. Alright, next one. 13 was the watershed moment towards ruining the franchise forever. I still say that 13 was ahead of its time, but holy shit, there a lot of people that hate on 13. 6 and 9 are good games, but overrated. Hey, yo, excuse me? I agree with 9, but I disagree with 6. What's your argument towards it? Half of the story in 6 is characters just jumping around and blinking. Kefka is wholly bland. He's just evil because. Evil for evil's sake. No personality. Just chaos. Okay, Kefka is an evil motherfucker to the point where he doesn't care who fucking dies and who lives. Kefka is the only motherfucker who did what no other Final Fantasy villain did. Every other Final Fantasy villain will kill to do what Kefka did, which was destroy the whole world, making it irreparable. And the heroes being literally powerless to stop him. And the characters are just jumping around and blinking. You clearly did not pay attention to the cutscenes in 6, haven't you? Celeste's story, man. Celeste's story already is sad enough. What more you want, brother? What else we got? 9 combat feels awful, and I won't 100% it because the jump rope game feels awful. I just don't like the character design at all. Besides Vivi and Zidane a bit cringe at the beginning. It's okay not wanting to like an art style, but completely dismissing the game simply because you don't like the art style is just, yeah, that's pretty fucking evil, not gonna lie, and I have to disagree with that. That's a scorching hot takes. Final Fantasy XI was a great game, yep, until Absolute Virtue shows up. Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker was top tier Final Fantasy, which again, I completely agree with that statement. Endwalker was absolute fucking cinema. 15 was an overall good game, but the time jump makes me drop the game ranking like a whole tier. Okay, that's fine. Squall is a typical guy who is very relatable to many young men, and his reactions are pretty justified considering his situation and memory loss. Junctioning 8 is awesome. I am become deaf. The moderately ahead of its time tech of Final Fantasy VII makes its place in rankings entirely justified. Most of the non-mainline games and spin-offs shouldn't exist or be canon. I disagree. Most of the non-mainline games and spin-off shouldn't exist or be canon. So you're saying that... So what you're saying is that Crisis Core shouldn't be canon. I've Been Children, the movie, shouldn't be canon. The After Years shouldn't be canon, even though it's fine if you don't want to play the After Years, that's perfectly fine. 13-2 shouldn't be canon. Lightning Returns. Any other DLCs in 15? You don't want to expand the story? What is wrong with you? Crisis Core has some odd characters that don't fit the vibe of the universe to me at all. So you're telling me that Angio and Genesis do not fit the whole vibe, even though Angio is the one who passes down the Buster Sword to Zack. And it's because of Angio that Zack is the soldier that he is. And then you got Genesis. A motherfucker who's clearly obsessed with the play of Loveless. My god. You know what, chat? You know what Square Enix should do? Square Enix should actually print a copy of Loveless, like the actual novel. Like the actual novel of Loveless. I feel like they should do that. They should actually print it. Final Fantasy Rebirth should have been Game of the Year. Well, no, I disagree with that one. There were better games at that time. I look forward to the death threats. LOL. Okay, so you have a lot of shit takes here. Like, for example, 6 over here, which I totally disagree. But this is no place for death threats, dude. Like, this is exactly what we want. We're looking for shit takes. We're looking for hot takes. We're willing to roast your ass, and that's why you got the upvote. We're here to see trash. The lowest of the low. That's what we're here for. Final Fantasy VIII would benefit the most with a remake than any other game in the franchise. At this point, at this point, chat, any game would benefit with a remake. I adore 10. It was my first Final Fantasy ever. I tried to replay it a few years, but the combat gets boring and repetitive once all party members are in tow. Bring Waka in, yellow flan, have Lulu use water. Yeah, but the thing is about Final Fantasy X, the thing about it is that, you know, I feel like the system from 10 wasn't all that bad, you know? It was great. The fact that you can change party members right from the get-go instead of actually, like, I don't know, exiting to a whole different menu to do so, I thought it was good. I didn't thought it was bad. As cool as Final Fantasy 7 and 8 were when I was younger, I found Final Fantasy 4 and 6 superior. He knows what's up. He knows what's up. In addition, Sephiroth's goals always seemed strange to me and I couldn't fully grasp it, such as in Dissidia games, especially the mobile before it sadly shut down. There was a mobile for Dissidia, but isn't there a... Oh, right, Opera Omnia. Was it? Finally, Kefka is the best and most successful villain. There are some Final Fantasies I haven't played. He destroyed the world and reshaped it. Even after the ending, his mark on the world remains. Once again, bringing up the whole mobile Dissidia that is no longer with us. The other villains didn't want much to do with him, as he was unpredictable, insane, and simply wanted pure destruction. This is coming from villains that worship the void and thought simply dying is a blessing for people. Was the Dissidia for mobile Opera Omnia by any chance? I think it was. But honestly, I agree with this take. Yeah, I actually agree with this take. DJ, keep playing the music. But I agree with this take. It may be a hot take, but I agree. I find Final Fantasy VI to be the better game than 7. And 8, yeah. Final Fantasy IV story, it actually left a lasting impact as well. Alright, let's see what else. I'm usually a completionist when it comes to Final Fantasy, but I never cared for 10's endgame content in all the times I've played it. I never defeated a single Dark Aeon or Arena Creation, never broke the HP or damage limit, and never got more than 1 or 2 Celestial weapons. The balloon and lightning minigames are a test of patience, but I could never care enough about Blitzball to get any of Waka's overdrives or his Celestial weapon. The game itself is great, but the insane power creep at the end turns me off. Yeah, never complete a Final Fantasy game unless you're a masochist. 13 is better in its first half. After the game opens up, it becomes the worst. And there it is. Alright, let's see what else we got. Final Fantasy Tactics Ivalice Chronicles is the only version of the original Final Fantasy Tactics whose gameplay is better than Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. The only thing people really complain about from a gameplay standpoint in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is the judge system, which is truthfully a minor detail. Press L to preview the loss that day, move an extra 2 to 3 spaces for a brand new loss that, with your part makeup, you don't have to change anything to follow and it's solved. Final Fantasy Tactics gameplay, on the other hand, is terrorized by an amount of jank that is completely surrounded by how punishing being unable to undo movement is. Range heights, vertical ranges, LOS through obstacles, LOS through units, clicking the right square on the wrong level, hell, even the QOL of not checking enemy equipment without getting hit by, oh, this enemy is immune to that element, all of which can and was completely resolved by letting you undo movement, except in cases where abilities effects specifically say movement can be undone. Secondary hot take. This wouldn't be a hot take if the story for Final Fantasy Tactics weren't so good. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't have much takes for Final Fantasy Tactics. Tactics is a great game overall. Hell, the people from Octopath even tried doing something similar to Tactics, that being triangle strategy. What else we got? 8 is more fun and interesting when you play it while considering two of the top fan theories. Squall is dead and Rinoa is Ultimecia, while you play through the game. Yes, I know they're both wrong, and in one case declared inaccurate by the lead developer or whatever. They still add a dimension to the game that makes it even more fun to think about, in my opinion. Yeah, just like the theory that is circling around 7, which is not a big ass theory, that Vincent Valentine may actually be Sephiroth's actual biological father instead of Hojo. But that's just me, you know? Don't quote me on that. Final Fantasy IV has one of the best stories in Final Fantasy. I agree. That's not a hot take. That is an ice cold take. What is wrong with you? Final Fantasy IV has one of the best stories in Final Fantasy. Hands down. Not sure if it's actually a hot take, but might count as one here. Lay it on me. I don't believe we're getting another mainline Final Fantasy with traditional turn-based combat. It doesn't matter that turn-based RPGs have made a resurgence in years. Square has continued to make turn-based games in the form of Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler. Mediocre sales? Who wouldn't want to taint the Final Fantasy mainline with a combat that clearly isn't successful? Sales that surpass the impossible standards. Why alter the mainline Final Fantasy? Let's work on another AA title instead. While I'm at it, honestly, a lot of people need to take a second glance at some of the other titles Square has put out. I genuinely feel like their weakest point is the stories they tell. Beyond that, Bravely Default has an amazing job system. Octopath has one of my favorite combat stats where almost every enemy is weak against something. Yeah, I think that's interesting. Be it swords, fire, magic, arrows, etc. The only gripe I have with those games, more so Bravely Default, is that the story just isn't as strong as it should be to succeed. The gameplay is solid, the art style is fine, the graphics don't need to push the envelope, they just need a unique charm about them. That's part of why the PS1 classics are still considered one of the best to this day. Not because the graphics still look amazing by today's standards, but because they are each unique enough to stand out against so many other games of the same era and beyond. I still think we need a new turn-based Final Fantasy, chat, as much of a hot take as it is. But yeah, I feel like Square has deviated way too much from the turn-based genre. All right, let's take a look at this one. As a fan of Octopath, I admit that I do feel that the presentation carries the stories, at least on some level. Stuff ranging from the path actions used in the story, like how Cassie's path action has a sort of glitch effect when using it on Maya to unlock her memories, or at the climax of Oberic's Chapter 3, where you initiate a duel with Earhart, my bad, who even gets a boss sprite for that occasion, to even just the music of how the Traveler's leitmotifs get remixed for the engagement cutscenes, so the final boss track 2 into how the antagonists in Champions of the Continent or Zero have variants of their leitmotifs for cutscenes, their dungeon, and their battle. Oswald's ultimate skill being part of his story was sick too. That's the thing. The thing about Octopath Traveler is that the story itself, like, it's like I feel like the how it's displayed. It's also pretty cool how they also display the boss fights. They always display the boss fights as this big ass monster, and then the characters always have the tiniest sprites. I don't know if you guys noticed that. But yeah, it just goes to show how they visualize these threats, you know? Alright, what else? You again! A lot of recent Final Fantasy games struggle with a huge issue of having an inconsistent aesthetic. Final Fantasy VII remakes are the worst about it because the heroes are cyberpunk anime characters, and the NPCs are mostly people who look and dress like the most generic normal people ever. That is not a hot take. I actually fucking agree with that. Oh my god. You are so right on that one. How is it that they fucked up the NPC designs, but they actually nailed the main character designs? Yo. Yeah, I agree with that take. Sas should have been the main character of 13. He's way more grounded and relatable than Lightning. Has emotional depth and compelling motivation that makes you root for him. Well, the thing is, at least he's not like the main character. He's not the main character, but he's an amazing character. Like I always said that, like from what I've seen on 13, Sas is an amazing character. I love Sas. Final Fantasy IX's triple threat is better than Final Fantasy VIII. Don't even pretend at me. Oh, I'm gonna disagree with you. I'm gonna throw hands with you. All right, let's see. Final Fantasy 13 isn't. Final Fantasy 2 isn't that bad, which I agree. And I'd much rather play it over 13, 15. You had me at the first half, then you completely fumbled it on the other half. I would not chat. I would rather play 2 than 3 every fucking time. 13, haven't played it. I'm willing to give it a shot. 15, it can get boring at times, but it's not the worst. 16, I think it was good. It was amazing. 3, fuck that game. 10-2 is a really good game, and it only gets hate because of the genre shift from 10. It's a lighthearted, campy, and fun, and people just need to roll with it, and they'll roll with it. It's true. I feel that if people gave Final Fantasy X-2 a chance, it could be great, but you know, a lot of people did not like 10-2 for whatever reason, even though that to me, it was just there. What else we got? People who say that the last true Final Fantasy was 10 clearly started by this game and joined the true OG fans bandwagon, who actually are used to say that the last true game was 9. Final Fantasy X fans are the preteens who want to join the teens group so they can feel included. But in the end, we all know that Final Fantasy X is even less Final Fantasy by the classic standards than 16 or 12. Look. I'm not. Look. I get it that OG Final Fantasy fans have a bandwagon. I wouldn't consider myself an OG fan. I consider myself a Final Fantasy mega fan. Like, I have played lots of Final Fantasy games, and I would consider myself a mega fan. But you gotta admit, sometimes the Final Fantasy OG fans can get a little obnoxious sometimes. Especially those who are saying that Rebirth is bad because this, Rebirth is bad because of that, Rebirth bad this, Rebirth bad that. I'm like, bro, just because you think that the story is bad doesn't mean that the game in its entirety is that bad. Again, I keep saying it could have been worse. It could have been Final Fantasy 3. But here we are. What else we got? 9 is overrated as hell. Shit tier Final Fantasy game. Nostalgia bait, boring characters, and bland gameplay. Okay, look. Yes, I do agree that 9 is overrated. No, I don't think it's the worst Final Fantasy or a shit tier. No, I don't think it's nostalgia bait, and I think the characters in 9 are a little interesting to me. The gameplay is not bland. The gameplay is okay for the most part. It literally just introduces the trance system. That's it. I want to see how this motherfucker gets roasted in the comments because I see a lot of replies here. My opinion is not as extreme as yours, but I tried so hard to like it and couldn't. I'm always surprised at how much this sub loves it. The characters are also elementary. Vivi is the only one with any depth. Freya had potential but dropped off after Burmesia. And I was so tired of battle animations disrupting what makes ATB good. I think that a lot of people did not like these games simply because of the animations interrupting the ATB. Maybe that's what they didn't like. There's a few things for sure that really need tuning up in that game. The battle system is just frustratingly slow. The transitions and animations all need cutting out for it to be tolerable. The game also just goes on way too long. It took me like 4 to 5 tries to try to push through and complete it. Then it completely jumps the shark at the end. And these are the replies, by the way. This isn't even like the original poster, the OP. I agree. I have tried to play it several times since it was released and bounced off of it every single time. I was finally able to beat it last year playing it on PC with the Memoria mod, but even that felt like a slog. By the end, I didn't care anymore and I was just playing so I could finally be done with it. Totally disagree on every regard except maybe gameplay. Great hot take, have an upvote. See, this is what we're here for, chat. This is what we're here for, upvotes. And again, I always keep saying it. I don't know what people see in 9 that I do not see. But hey, that's their favorite apparently. And they think that is the best Final Fantasy of all time, even though I disagree. Oh boy, you have a lot of points here and I'm all here for it. Let me see what you got. Lay it on me. Final Fantasy V is the best SNES Final Fantasy and it isn't particularly close in my opinion. Disagree. Final Fantasy VI. 5 is okay at best. It's not the best. It's okay. Tactics 1 has failed to keep my interest for any longer than like up to meeting Argath in August. I'll play the first battle or two and then put it down and go do something else instead. This has happened like 3 or 4 times at this point. I can't stand stagger systems, at least with how Square Enix tends to balance them and enemy HP pools around each other. It just makes everything take longer for no increasing fun factor. A focus on production values and flashy visuals is not to Final Fantasy's benefit as a series and actively restricts its ability to properly exercise its supposed main thing, or changing things up in interesting ways with each game. Following from this, the mainline series absolutely went action-based, primarily because action-based games sell better than turn-based, command-based, or whatever turn will satisfy the inevitable ATB isn't turn-based nitpickers, which I will still say ATB is not actual turn-based. And they need to justify the amount of money they wanted to pour into the games. And the selection of team members interested in making action-based Final Fantasies for high positions in development teams followed that corporate decision, not the other way around. I suspect another factor may be that Disney are technically IP holders of Kingdom Hearts and Square Enix wanted something to market to that audience that was 100% legally theirs, but that's just conjecture. The thing is, chat, I will agree on some takes here and I will disagree on some takes here. Disagree with this 100%. Okay with this. The stagger systems are alright for the most part. It doesn't visualize the production of flashy values and visuals do not benefit Final Fantasy, which is okay because old Final Fantasies were good and didn't have to rely on flashy stuff. And even though we may not get a turn-based Final Fantasy, which would be disappointing if we don't, I would love to have another like a true turn-based Final Fantasy as the old titles. But hell, it's Square Enix who we're talking about here. I don't think they're gonna do it. If they do, then holy shit. Square Enix should be aware that Expedition 33 sold extremely well, so they should take notes and see that that people actually do want turn-based RPGs. Like there's actually a market for it, but Square Enix fails to realize it. Instead, we have Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler, which yes, they're Square Enix titles, but they're not Final Fantasy titles, you know, the ones that started it all. Alright, response. Regarding action-based, I've been looking into interviews with Final Fantasy III and Secret of Mana, and something I found interesting in a cosmic sort of way is that the latter systems evolved from a system originally tested for Final Fantasy IV, but Sakaguchi wanted something more traditional, so ATB was created. I'm not saying this to correlate SE's focus on action with Sakaguchi's departure. I just think it's funny how even back then, there were devs in Square that wanted to move away from the Wizardly Ultima based combat systems. I mean, I guess. Actual hot take. Here we go. I can't get into 9 because I can't stand the character designs. I played it for a few hours, but gave up because everyone looks too silly and I couldn't take anyone seriously, even at dramatic moments. I mean, I can't blame you there, honestly. I always say Final Fantasy IX's art style is not for everyone. Okay, sure, it's a different art style altogether, but I will admit it's not for everybody. At first blush, I felt the same way, but the game has grown on me over the years. Give it another chance; it's pretty good. Where it lacks for in art style, it probably does well in story, which may be one of the reasons why people love Final Fantasy IX so much. Even though I don't know, I didn't like the story from 9 as much as the others. The battle systems prior to 10 were mediocre. Please tell me you did not say that 12's battle system is better than the previous predecessors. Please tell me that you do not think that. Tell me that you think that 12's battle system is better than its predecessors without telling me that 12's battle system is better than its predecessors. No. Okay, I will agree. 3 system was mediocre. But the other ones? Nah, that's a hot take. That's a scorching hot take. 13 is great, and only because of the reputation of Final Fantasy. Wait. 13 is great, and only because of the reputation of Final Fantasy is why it's considered bad. Again, don't. Chat, I have a question. Has anybody in this chat played Final Fantasy 13? Because I unfortunately did not manage to play 13, so I never actually got to experience if the game was actually good or if the game was actually ass. So I'm gonna need someone to explain to me, why do people think Final Fantasy 13 is bad? Why is it like so heinous to hate on 13? Like what to like why do people hate 13? And why is it wrong to like 13? Like, I never understood the hatred for it. I need to ask someone that actually I need to ask someone that has played Final Fantasy 13, because honestly, I see a lot of hatred for 13 in the comments section. Well, hatred and praise for 13 for that matter. Oh boy, it's already 9 p.m., but we're gonna keep reading these because these are never gonna end if I don't finish them. So let's see. I can't believe this seems like a hot take at this point. Similar to saying the Star Wars prequels are bad, I guess. But Final Fantasy 15 is such a bad Final Fantasy game, and just a bad game in general. It is by far the worst mainline Final Fantasy, and it is also one of the worst even considering spin-offs. We're all here for these takes, but I disagree with you. That dishonor of being the worst goes to 3. Final Fantasy 7 is more convoluted than 8 and guilty of many of the things people hate on 8 for. I agree. 10-2 is one of the best games in the series, even though to me it's there. Vaughn is critical to 12, and it will be a worse game without him. Also, terrible things would happen. You could remove Vaughn from Final Fantasy 12 and it wouldn't make a difference. Baltier and Fran is already more than enough. But Vaughn in his own game, it will not make a fucking difference, dude. Dissidia Opera Omnia was the best Dissidia game by far. I think a Duodecim was better, but whatever tickles your pickle, I guess. Linearity is good, actually, and it fits 13, enabling it to tell a great and cohesive story. See, not all games need to have multiple paths as well. Linearity is fine. Masayoshi Soken is better than Nobuo Uematsu. Oh, now that's a hot take. Holy shit, I like both composers, but holy fucking shit, that's a hot take. How can you be so wrong yet so right at the same time? Oh fuck, man. Hamauzu's worst work was in 10 and 13. His best soundtrack work is World of Final Fantasy. Okay, something at least. Final Fantasy 2 is better than 1 and 13. Wait, no, my bad. Final Fantasy 2 is better than 1 and 3. Okay, look. Final Fantasy 1 is the one that started it all, which is fine. But I do agree that 2 was better than 3, though. I actually do agree on that take, as shitty as it sounds. Tactics Advance 2 is the best of the 3 tactics games. And all of the Final Fantasy's games are great, actually. See, this is someone that sees the positive in Final Fantasy. He knows that there's potential in there somewhere, even if there is not. Tell me more about why you like Advance 2. I started to like it after replaying WOTL, so I was a little tactics out and stopped after 5 hours. But I'm interested in giving it another shot. You're interested? Oh my god, the wording, bro. Sure, the main story gets a lot of criticism for being bland and boring, but it intertwines with a lot of the side storylines, and I think it should be taken in as a whole with all of them. In that respect, it's a lot better than people remember, in my opinion. Though the first tactic is superior in regards to the story, still, a lot of characters are really memorable, and it gets darker than you think. Isn't that like almost every Final Fantasy? The more you proceed, the darker it gets. I like that there are more classes and that they are split among all of the races, giving you a lot more unique variety. As someone who uses the entire roster in all tactics games, this is a huge plus for me. It has the law system, but it's less punishing than in A2, and it further encourages unit variety because it's barely an issue if you play with a ton of different characters. Class balancing is a lot better than in the first tactics. Virtually every class is useful. Neat, thank you. Okay, so this is just thanking them. I agree on almost all of your hot takes. Why? Chat, what is this? Why? Why? Tell me reason. I am here to see some hot takes. What is this? Comment has been removed? I am here. I specifically made this thread to see some hot takes, chat. Why is why? What is this? Why is everybody like, why? Comment has been removed. What was your take that was so heinous to the point where you just had to delete your comment? What a pussy. What a fucking pussy. Don't even have the balls to say a hot take. You say the take and then you leave? How dare you? That's some pussy shit right there. Alright. Next one. Haven't played 10, and I'm sure love it, but the designs are a bit of a turnoff for me. I can't even tell you why. I just don't like them, except Yuna. You don't like Lulu's max belt design or Waka's outfit or Tidus's outfit as well? You don't like those? I mean, I guess it's not for everybody. But I think the designs are really what make the Final Fantasy characters, pretty much. Well, except 12. I still think that the designs for 12 were a little boring in my opinion. They could have experimented with a bit more. Apparently thinking the newer Final Fantasy games are good is a hot take, so here you go. I think that's a hot take. Yeah, it is a hot take because I thought 16 was great. I thought 16 was to me, anybody who sees Final Fantasy 16 may think, oh, this game is ass. I see Final Fantasy 16. This game is amazing. Final Fantasy 9 is down there with Final Fantasy 2 as the worst Final Fantasy. Oh, no. I'm gonna have to stop you there. I'm gonna have to stop you there. Final Fantasy 2 is not the worst Final Fantasy. If people think that Final Fantasy 2 is a bad game, they're just lying to themselves because they've been gaslit to hate on 2. Because if you were to ask someone, oh, I hate Final Fantasy 2, you ask them, okay, why do you hate it so much? Oh, its system. I hate its system. Okay, but do you like a game like Elder Scrolls Skyrim? Yeah, I do like that game actually. Stop lying to yourself. What are you doing? Stop it. It's for your own good, I swear. Final Fantasy 15 wasn't that bad. Incomplete and missed potential for sure, but enjoyable. Far less boring than 16. I don't think 16 was boring. Final Fantasy 15, it wasn't even as that bad, but chat, a lot of DLC for it was cancelled. I want my DLC. Why? What happened to Arania? I want my Dragoon Woman DLC. But no, unfortunately, we're not gonna have an Arania DLC. Unfortunate. My hot take is that 9 has the worst characters in the series. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, you can't be saying that. What if there's 9 fans that are somewhere hiding here that shit? Apart from Vivi, who is one of the best written in the series, all the others are either middling or really bad. Middling. Freya could have been really good and had a strong story early, then gets forgotten. Steiner has a decent growth in character, but is generally annoying. Kina I really like, but they have very little narrative impact. Garnet starts off naive and then gets whiny and depressed, and then bad. Amaranth was kind of a pointless addition to the cast. Aiko is an annoying brat with no redeeming qualities. Zidane is skirt-chasing creep. His only character growth is getting his depression getting solved by the power of friendship. My god. That's a fucking hot take right there. Don't let the 9 fans hear that, by the way. 9 is the only Final Fantasy I haven't replayed. I beat it when it came out, bought it again digitally on Steam and PlayStation, but I've never launched it. I wonder if this is part of the reason. Outside of Zidane, Garnet, Steiner, and Vivi, I don't even remember most of the characters' names. Yeah, don't let them hear that. 13-2 has a serious case for most compelling villain in the entire series. You mean Orphan or Caius? Because I like Caius more than Orphan. Oh wait, you mean Caius? That's 13-2. Yeah. 10 is massively overrated. Oh boy. How is 10 overrated if I've barely heard things from 10 compared to 9. 10 is massively overrated. It is linear as hell. Spira feels shallow. And the voice acting is really bad, even for 2001 standards. Also, the laughing scene is still bad when taken in context. It's a middle of the pack Final Fantasy game. Oh, I cannot get over the laughing scene, Chad. It's one of the best moments. So iconic was it, Chad, that it got turned into a Magic the Gathering card. The laughing scene. Okay, Chad, I'm not gonna laugh. I'm not gonna lie. When I first heard that laugh for the first time, at first I was like, what the fuck? And then and then it took me like 5 minutes to process that. And then I started laughing. Oh man, such a stupid scene. I love it. Oh man, Final Fantasy X is one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm livid reading this. 10 out of 10 hot take. Here's an upvote. Yeah, that's what we're here. I was never a big fan of this game. I think it was mostly because I didn't care much for the cast. Auron, Kimari, Waka, for example. But I appreciated it because it was that first big leap into the next console generation, which was impressive enough for me at that age. Battle system was good, loved the sphere grid, but the story was a smidge convoluted. Definitely not even sniffing my top 5. Final Fantasy 3 is a great game. I find it better than 4, plus it has pretty cool lore and implications. Now that's where I'm gonna start throwing hands with you. Final Fantasy 3 is a great game? Are you mental? How are you fucking mental? Chat, somebody hold me. Somebody hold me. I'ma beat his ass. Somebody hold me. That's a scorching hot take right there. Final Fantasy 3 is a great game. Duck! Did you hear this nonsense? I'm gonna beat the shit out of you in front of the parking lot. Let's go. I'm ready. Also, upvoted. Oh, this one's fairly. Oh, we're on a new one. Okay. I'm a Final Fantasy hipster. Played the OGs growing up in the 80s. In Japanese, I'm Japanese American, lol. Final Fantasy 12 is the only Final Fantasy that was enjoyable after 7. Oh my god. Oh, come on, man. Final Fantasy 8 was so bad that I skipped 9. Still need to play that one, so it's exempted from this. Played 10 because of the hype, and as a full-grown adult, it was terrible. Okay, I'll stop. Amazing production values, but Tidus is one of the most annoying protagonists in the whole series. He's dense. How did he not realize that what the final summon would do? The laughing scene is peak cringe. Doesn't matter if it was intentional or not. It was terrible to watch. The Spear Grid did not offer the customization people say it does. Oh my god. It was really inefficient to try to change characters away from their intended combat roles. Auron was basically a plot device. Why wouldn't he give info earlier if he knew? And how are you a grizzled veteran at the ripe old age of 35 years old? Maester Seymour had a terrible voice effect. The dungeon sphere puzzles were exceedingly frustrating. Even if you know the solution, you can only carry one sphere at a time, making it just tedious. And Blitzball was just boring as hell because of how mechanical it was. Oh my god. You see this, chat? You see this? The hatred that this man has for 10 is the same hatred that I have for 3. My man! A boat. 7 is the worst non-sequel entry, and 13 is the best. Tactics Advance is much better game than Tactics, and Uematsu is the 3rd best Final Fantasy composer. Oh, I want to see how this person gets roasted. There's a lot of replies here. Finally, Tactic Advance is getting its flowers, an isekai story done well, with mature themes both kids and adults can appreciate, and is perfected tactics gameplay to boot. One of the best Game Boy Advance games and Final Fantasy games ever made, and desperately needs a port or remaster. Trash take, but this is what the post is about. This is the only place where you get an upvote for me. Your take on Tactic Advance, while I overall disagree, is not a crazy one, given that the gameplay and the only gameplay is better. Oh my god! Chat. Shame. Gameplay is the most important part of a game for me, so it puts Tactic Advance way ahead of it. Shame this motherfucker! The guy the person who deleted the comment. Shame! Coward, even. Chat. 17 years later, Final Fantasy 13 is still trash. 7 Remake and Rebirth are both abysmal dog shit and completely shit over all that made it the original great. Hey, Sammy Webs, I think I found your fan! Here's the thing, chat. People who think that modern Final Fantasy is bad, this is what they sound like. This is literally what they sound like. They don't even like give a reason as to why they're bad, and they just constantly they just constantly they just constantly love to hate just to hate without giving a reason. Oh my god. Okay, how many takes do we have? Okay, we're almost at the end. Fucking hell. The series priding itself on innovation is actually them just chasing trends. They don't even do set trends remarkably well. Why play Garage Sale Devil May Cry when you can just get Devil May Cry or any other competent action game? Dawn Trail Story was meh, so why play Garage Sale World of Warcraft when you can just play World of Warcraft? Because I'd rather play Final Fantasy 14 instead of World of Warcraft because World of Warcraft is ass? Duh. I'm sorry, I had to respond to that take. Fans themselves are deterring people from trying the series. Why go to a series that keeps changing its core gameplay so much that goes against the very reason we prefer series over others in the first place? Take that away and it's basically like Digimon. No core audience and relies on flukes just like Time Stranger to sell well and have great word of mouth. And new fans who do get into the series leave when they realize no other game plays like it, often going to series that actually are closer to it. Ergo Digimon games. Final Fantasy Final Fantasy 11 to 16, I haven't said jack shit. Final Fantasy 1 through 10 sets trends so much that you still have tons of indie and aspiring devs. Notable example being Expedition 33, citing them specifically as inspirations for their projects. Well, 16 inspired Tides of Anaya. Oh, wait, the developer listed other inspirations on Billy and Stellar Blade, Astro Chain, Bayonetta, and DMC, but no 16 was listed. Oopsie. Budget being a defining trait of the series is laughable when Final Fantasy isn't even in the discussion in general. Gaming spaces for traditional fidelity, and those games that are in the discussion and have even bigger budgets don't need it to define themselves. If, say, Resident Evil or Kirby tried to chase trends with the main games the way Final Fantasy does post Final Fantasy X, the fans will not let that slide and call for their heads, because they have standards for their series. 7's Rebirth Lighting is complete utter dog shit. I disagree with the lighting on 7 though. I think the lighting is not that bad. But yeah, this take, absolute dog shit. Also, why does this take have 0 upvotes? Upvote that shit. That was the shittiest take I've ever seen. I want to see takes like these get upvoted. Why? What is this? Alright, what else we got? Naoki Yoshida is humble, honest, a great leader, loves the fans, is very transparent with them, and he's good at making a polished final product. But he has no innovation or originality whatsoever. Yes, he saved Final Fantasy XIV, and it's my third favorite Final Fantasy game. But how did he save it? Copy World of Warcraft, and he made his whole team play World of Warcraft. How did he make Final Fantasy 16? Copy Game of Thrones. Copy Devil May Cry. He made the whole team go watch Game of Thrones, then pirated the DMC combat designer from Capcom. What about the gameplay loop of 16? Copy the main quest and side quest structure from 14. Well, the thing is, if you kind of think about it, nothing nowadays is original, you know? When it comes to games nowadays, you have to admit that everything you think that hasn't been made has already been made, you know? So you gotta improvise. You gotta take inspirations. That's how it works. I just cannot get into Final Fantasy 1 through 6. I mostly prefer games with three-dimensional graphics. I have tried the older games, but just don't like them as much as the newer ones. I'm sure they're fine games for a lot of people, but just not for me. Yeah, the 8-bit art style is not for everyone, I will admit. Maybe I would say the Pixel remaster can do it for you. I don't know. It's got to be something in there. 16 and 7 remakes makes me emotional, but I hated the non-stop enemies every 5 seconds. Just getting done fighting A pack, bam. A pack, bam. Another one. And then another made me not want to play. Although there is constant enemies in other games, at least, I get to choose if I want to fight trash mobs. Isn't that supposed to be the point of a random encounter? To the fact that you find a lot of trash mobs everywhere? Yeah, I think it's supposed to be the point. Everything after 10 doesn't feel like a Final Fantasy game to me. Yep, there's one of those fans over there. There it is. Ahem! I'm listening. I can't stand Triple Triad or any other card game in the franchise, or most minigames for that matter. Triple Triad is okay. It's not the best, but it's not like the worst. It's just there. Final Fantasy 7 and 8 rank low on my tier list because I don't care for the modern setting and I find neither game to be all that interesting. I also don't like much of the music because it's mostly synthesized stuff. Half the reason 7 is popular is because it has a barmaid with big titties and a main character that looks like an anime hero with a giant anime style sword. Okay, so now we're roasting Cloud and Tifa. What the fuck? The series is suffering from an identity crisis made by the developers trying to chase after what they think modern gamers want, rather than sticking to the roots of the series. Mainline games after 9 have become increasingly contentious. 10-2 is a game that I suffered through only once and found it boring and cringe. I think there are only 4 games in the series that really capture that true Final Fantasy vibe for me. Those being 4, 6, 9, and 12. You had me on the first 3 until you mentioned 12. Oh my god, 12. 6 is my favorite game in the franchise, but I feel 9 is objectively the best Final Fantasy. No, I disagree. It's 6. 13, 15, and 16 have tarnished the franchise. Disagree. 16 was good. 13 I haven't played. 15 is not the worst. Your takes on 7 are awful, but I like the rest. Upvote. My takes on 7 are my own opinion. I feel like it's oversaturated and Square's insistence on milking it to death only makes me dislike it more. I know I only disagree deeply, though I agree they over milk it. Hence this is a hot take and it belongs here. We're almost done with the hot takes, chat. Just a few more and we're finally done. Alright. What else we got? Where was I? Oh yeah, here it is. My hottest take is Final Fantasy 8 is the worst in the series. Only good thing about it is the music. Alright, we've already read that one. Here we go. Final Fantasy 6 is the most overrated game in the series. If Alpha Bravo was only here, chat. If only he was here. DJ, you can keep playing the music. If Alpha was here, he would actually read this take. And I would need him to agree or disagree. Final Fantasy VI is the most overrated game in the series. And is actually not even half as good as people give it credit for. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna throw hands with this motherfucker. The characters are as bland as cardboard. The story is pretty generic. Kefka is super generic as a villain. And the music is probably the worst in the series. Especially the grading battle theme. Final Fantasy XIV is one of the most boring MMOs ever created. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna throw hands with him. Aram Reborn is boring slog. The writing is garbage. The plethora of fetch quests are trash. The story is uninteresting. The combat boils down to pressing 3 buttons in the same order over and over again. The controls are cumbersome for no good reason, and if people can call it the best story ever written in gaming, because the game supposedly becomes interesting after 9,340 hours when you get to the 35th expansion, I can call it one of the worst because the first few hundred hours are awful. And finally, 16 is one of the best Final Fantasy games, despite its many flaws, and whoever thinks it's not a real Final Fantasy game is not a real Final Fantasy fan. I hear boss music. Let's go. Oh yeah, that boss music is me. I disagree with the 6 and 14 take. I agree on the 16 take. But in the case of Final Fantasy 6 and 14, I disagree. 100% with you. If this was any other threat, I would argue with you on your second and third points until I was blue in the face. My god. No upvotes! Where them upvotes? Come on, give them upvotes. They piss me off and they deserve the upvote. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker in front of the parking lot. You have my word. That would be a waste of your time, really, because there's nothing you could say that would change my mind. We can exchange opinions and agree to disagree, though. Hot takes aside, I appreciate that there are good parts of 14. Otherwise, people wouldn't play it, but you can't convince me that Realm Reborn is good, or that the new player experience is anything but miserable for the first 100 hours. And I already know every reason for people shitting on Final Fantasy 16. It's not turn-based, you can't control your party members, there's too many fetch quests, the dungeons suck, the RPG mechanics are barely there, and it doesn't even have the elemental weakness resistance system like the old games. I agree with all of that. I'd even throw in a criticism from my own and say that the performance for the PS5 version is dog water. It never got fixed, never a pro upgrade, and it really hurts the experience, but like I said, despite all of its flaws, I still think it's one of the best Final Fantasy titles with some of the most amazing high boss battles I've ever experienced in my 30 plus years of gaming. A great story with a cool cast of characters, great lore, and amazing soundtrack, and probably the best art and visuals in the series. It's true, I agree with the 16 take. I see where you're coming from, but I just expected so much more from the story. Sid was the only likable character, and the plot had so many holes it became a chore for me to care. And I found the combat terribly simplistic. But that's probably because I have played a lot of character action RPGs with a lot of mechanical depth. I'm glad you enjoy it, but if 16 is indicative of future mainline entries, I'm just going to have to find a new favorite series. They may eventually go back to turn-based. I'm with you on Final Fantasy 14. I really wanted to like it, and I got maybe 60 hours in. The console scene was sick as fuck, but then it just lost momentum again. I kept going and gave up after just after Ramu, Mogomog, and when it still couldn't keep up my interest. I always say to people to just once you get past Realm Reborn, that's when the game really gets good. Realm Reborn is literally just a test of your patience. If you and in that patience, you are gonna be rewarded, chat. Granted, lucky for you, you were not there during 3.0 Heavensward, which was, in my opinion, fucking shit. The story was good. The Warring Triad was amazing. But Alexander Raids, Void Ark, Caster Bard, the worst. Absolutely dog water. 7 and 10 are very overrated. We need more Gambit systems. Type 0 is the worst game I've ever played. Type 0 is just there. I don't think it was that bad, but it wasn't good either. 9, it would be a better game if you completely omitted the main character. Damn. Was Zidane really that bad? They went too far early to show his character growth by going off the deep end of unlikability. His character design is the worst of the principal cast, and the twist where he is revealed to be a synthesized build by aliens removes any relatability or sympathy for his emotional plight at the end. He reminds me of Zack Snyder's Man of Steel in the way that Lois abruptly kisses Superman on top of all those corpses, where you wonder if she's considered that she's sticking her tongue down the throat of an unknown alien organism. The plot is good, the story ups and downs are classic Final Fantasy. Love Garland in the Secret Summoner Village, and the misplot and the importance of summons in the main story, but every time they go back to Zidane, everything just screeches to a halt. Saying something so brave that'll get you the ire of the 9 community is wild. And that's why I gave you the fucking upvote. Ultimately, it's just a series of stories about pretty people with melodramatic problems. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. 14 is a full Final Fantasy and better than 15 and 16 combined. And the best recent Final Fantasy came out of France last year and just so happened to be called Clair Obscur. Yeah, this is not a hot take. This is an incredibly cold take. This is an ice cold take. 15 is not that bad. 16 is amazing. Clair Obscur is absolute cinema, and 14 is just, I mean, hey, critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 with, okay, I'm not gonna say the whole thing again. The franchise can cater to both newer and classic audiences by setting up a team designated to make smaller productions for a classic turn-based RPGs. Most of the classic crowd don't want AAA graphics anyways. True. I mean, Square Enix already kind of does that with Dragon Quest, Bravely Default, and Octopath Traveler. Yeah, but those aren't really the same as Final Fantasy's brand on turn-based. Closest is Bravely Default. Yeah, true that. Squall is the most annoying Final Fantasy protagonist ever. He spent all this time moping and whining, so much so that having to follow his angsty ass around ruined the game for me. I mean, he's a teenager, so you gotta expect that from him. Weren't you annoying and angsty when you were a teenager? A lot of us were. Okay, that is a hot take, actually. I didn't find Squall to be that annoying. Okay, here's a hot take. Lay it on me. The shift to cinematics that started with Final Fantasy X has made the series worse. I want to play the game, not watch a film. Feels like Kojima got a hold of the franchise. If you can tell a story without 73 hours of cutscenes, then you need to rethink your story. If your story has high-end graphics, I don't mind if it has lots of cutscenes on it. I really don't. Because that's how we got masterpieces like Clair Obscur Expedition 33. What about this one? Final Fantasy 16 doesn't get nearly enough hate. The beautiful graphics and music can't save it from the facts. Oh, I think Final Fantasy 16 already got enough hate. The beautiful graphics and music can't save it from the fact that it's barely an RPG. There's no party system, no magic, equipment is just boring stat sticks. The story is an unholy matchup of Game of Thrones and a vague idea of what crystals in Final Fantasy games normally are. Combat is boring slug, and the entire thing is essentially a walking simulator. 5 minutes of controlling the character, 15 minutes of cutscenes, of which are over 11 bloody hours of, and all for characters that you never really have a reason to care about. It is by far the weakest of the mainline franchises in every way, except for visuals and music, and possibly the worst of any Final Fantasy release, up to and including the disaster initial release of Final Fantasy XIV. I just love how people love to compare the release of OG 14 with 16. It's just absolutely wild. All right, let's see what else we got. Cracks knuckles. Ooh, oh, watch out, everybody. We got a tough guy here. All right, let's see your take. Final Fantasy VI sucks. I'm gonna kill you in front of the parking lot. I'm gonna roundhouse kick your ass so badly to the point where everybody's gonna see it. And then I'm gonna okay, I need to read the entire take. I need to read it. Final Fantasy VI sucks. It got lame, forgettable antagonists, and a largely shallow cast of irrelevant characters that are more tropes than anything, with only Celeste, Terra, and Cyan having any real meaningful growth to them. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker, chat. I am going to... Now I'm the one cracking my knuckles. I'm gonna roundhouse kick his ass so badly to the point where he'll fucking remember it. And then after he's in the floor, I'm gonna do the fucking Fortnite Orange Justice dance in front of him. Actually, no. Just to add insult to injury, you don't even deserve the Orange Justice dance. I'm gonna do the default dance. That's the one I'm gonna do. 13 was never bad. Okay, finally, someone who sees the positive in 13. The series has never done regular turn-based well. Status effects are often meaningless to use against enemies. Enemies you want to use them on, such as bosses, are always immune. Kind of true. Yeah, that is actually true. And enemies that are immune, you're better off just using your turn to deal damage to kill it quickly. To kill it quicker. Notable exceptions 10, 12 tactics. And elemental weaknesses rarely are a big part of combat and are not important. Unlike other JRPGs like Persona, 13's combat is almost perfect as a JRPG because status effects, elemental weaknesses, the system is built around them all working. Dissidia NT wasn't awful. Its summon battles were a load of fun and the 3v3 team aspect was great. It's just a pity content was limited and RPG elements were stripped down to a minimum. Crisis Core was bad. Genesis was awful and might be one of Final Fantasy's worst characters with an albeit cool design. The only thing that saved the game from being a total disaster was the Nibelheim flashback or escape part and Zack's last stand. Chat, I'm gonna beat the shit out of this guy in front of a parking lot. A roundhouse kick his ass. Do a Fortnite default dance. Because what is this take? And why do I see no upvotes? This take pissed me off so much. It deserves an upvote. Where are they? Final Fantasy VII's Aerith death scene was a cheap imitation of Alice death from PS4. Persona 4, was it? One used to medium to emotionally manipulate the player. The other was cinematic at the end of a disc. That's a hot take because Aerith's death is literally one of the most iconic moments in gaming history. And because of that shit, you actually got downvoted. Not even an upvote, my god. All the games are too long. That sounds to me like a you problem. I've beat 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and I feel about 70% through it gets stale, and I'm happy when it's finished. I wish there was just less filler required. Required filler? That's a new oxymoron. Versus optional side quests. I mean, content that feels like it's there just to stretch gameplay and you just have to do it. Exactly! Optional shit is optional for a reason. You don't have to do it. Did I have to get the rat's tail in order to fight chaos? Of course not! I beat that guy without using the rat's tail. Final Fantasy XIV is a boring grind fest. Okay, is there any reason for it? That's less of a take and more just trolling. The main story practically holds your hand in terms of XP progress, and levels are basically meaningless besides gatekeeping story and content progress. Yeah, I feel like this is not even a hot take. This is literally just rage baiting. Because they're not even giving a reason as to why, you know? We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. I can see it. I can see it, chat. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Of my own subreddit. Of my own Reddit post. I don't need the battle system to change for every single game. It hurts the identity of the mainline game. Since Final Fantasy IX, the battle systems have been changed like 5 times. When different teams were making mainline games, only in the 7 Remake trilogy, I can see the resemblance to 12 and 13 battle systems. We shouldn't be surprised because one of the directors of the 13 trilogy director. Do I want Square to drop the 16 combat system? Absolutely not. Things can be improved like sequels or even DLC in other franchises as long as they keep the same development team. Let 2 teams make mainline Final Fantasy games and let them do their own things so that we don't have to wait for 7 years for a new mainline game. That's actually true. Maybe let the 16 team make a Dissidia game. The humanoid boss fight in 16 is really good, especially Odin and the final boss in the second DLC. That's true. Actually, I feel like with Square Enix being a huge company, I feel like they should focus on making a different Final Fantasy and stuff. Instead of having one drop every 5 years or something for the mainline game. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but out of 16 mainlines, there's probably 2 or 3 actual great games. 7, 10, and insert a number maybe, but not really. Most of, if not all of the extra Final Fantasy content was bad. Crisis Core was not bad, and I'm gonna fight you for that one. That's not to say that everything about them is bad, but in general, they aren't worth it. 10-2 should have never been made, and is by far the worst game I've ever played. I guess? Confusing take. Final Fantasy 15 is a good game and a complete story without watching the movie or playing the DLC episodes or any of the extra media. It's been significantly improved since release, and it shouldn't be punished for offering all of its extra content. If you played 15 on release and haven't played it since, consider playing it now with the Royal Edition on a PS5 or a computer with SSD. Take your time and take it all in. Chad, would you like to purchase this DLC to know what happened? Nah, I'm kidding, but yeah, 15, it was missing a lot, but yeah. I love the boys, and that's the part of 15 I enjoy. But for most, I'm critical of 15's story. I'm also in the minority that agrees 15 is a complete in the sense that everything you need to know is in the game. In my opinion, extra contents are just more details, and in some parts, even contradictory, especially the art in DLC. 13 and 15 have some of the best stories in the series. It's just told in a very bad manner. Yeah, okay, that's fine. You know, someone who enjoys 13 and 15. This was me just telling everybody that I'm going to be seeing some hot takes and actually streaming it. Like you guys are seeing right now. I'm streaming them right now. Hey guys! Hey guys! You guys are seeing your takes right now. I don't think Beaver is a real language. I'm pretty sure Guy was just lying. Hey, no, that's a hot take. Guys speak Beaver. It's a real language, damn it. I overall dislike 13, but I played it for like 200 hours straight, 100% complete on Steam, and there's nothing quite like the it all comes together aspects of some of the post-game content. Namely, maxing out the Crystarium, having access to every ability and item, fighting some of the hunts, or whatever they are called in 13, and the super boss. 2 or 3 different types of giant turtles. It's a shame the first 10 chapters are tutorial and linear with features locked out. You kind of get to play the game when you go to the other world and up as far as Orphan, then the post game I mentioned. I think Stranger of Paradise sucks. Oh shit. And this is the last take. This is the final take, chat. I think Stranger of Paradise sucks. I think the story got worse as it went on. The 2 things that kept me from saying it's the worst Final Fantasy game were the dungeons, the Gilgamesh and Emperor fights, and the soundtrack. How dare you say Stranger of Paradise, the prequel to Final Fantasy 1. How dare you say that it sucks. And with that, chat, that marks the end of this entire Reddit post. My god. 367 comments, some of them which were deleted, but we managed to read them all. And you know what? I want to thank you guys for suffering with me. I want to thank you guys. I want to thank you guys so much for suffering with me through all of this, because it was wild. It was absolutely wild reading some of these comments. And at the very least, you know that there's always going to be that one Final Fantasy that's going to be someone's favorite at the end of the day. So, if you guys see that anyone likes a certain Final Fantasy, cut them some slack. Don't be too harsh on them, you know? Probably give the game yourself a shot. Except if it's Final Fantasy 3. That person deserves to be shamed every single time. Okay, fine. I'm kidding. Do not shame anybody who's playing Final Fantasy 3. But do not be, but I will say, do not, and I repeat, do not send them my way saying, oh yeah, my hatred for you in Final Fantasy 3 is because of Kurisu. No, don't do that shit, or else I'm the one that's gonna get in trouble. Hell no, dude, don't do that shit. Alright, chat, that is the end of the entire post. But do not go anywhere because I'm sure you guys know what time it is. You guys know it. It's that time of the stream called Rate a Streamer, where we rate a streamer at the end of each stream. Now let's see where the hell do I blast you guys towards, because there is a lot, and I mean a lot of people out here that I want to raid. Let's see, someone who's currently playing a Final Fantasy game. Yeah, I feel like I wanna raid someone playing Final Fantasy. Okay, let me see the category. Final Fantasy. Let's see here. Okay, there's Final Fantasy X. There's Final Fantasy. Okay, there's a lot of people playing Final Fantasy. Okay, are these comments restricted? No, they are not. Okay, they're just starting soon, which is fine for the most part. So we're gonna have to find somebody else. Show me somebody who is playing Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy. I think maybe Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 always has a lot of people on it. And it turns out that I was right. Final Fantasy 14 has a lot of people online at this current moment. Most of them rating, though. Most of them definitely rating. Alright, somebody's doing... Okay, somebody's doing the Criterion Dungeons. Okay. So, are they a VTuber? No, they're not a VTuber. I want to raid a VTuber who's playing 14. Or any Final Fantasy game for that matter. Okay, fine. Look. We couldn't find somebody who is playing Final Fantasy, but I guess we're gonna have to go with the next best thing, which means that we are going to be... Night Candy, welcome in. You're late. Yeah, we finished reading all of the hot takes, but no, it's okay. It's okay. You can stay for rating. We're gonna rate somebody. We're gonna rate someone. Don't go just yet. Don't go just yet. We're gonna be rating somebody before we actually take our leave. And who better to raid than let's see. All right, chat. We are gonna be rating an artist. You guys know her. You guys love her. And it is my good friend Loot Tentacles. Yeah. That's who we're gonna be rating tonight. But first, before I end up rating, let me do this. Oh shit. Okay. I kind of copy pasted the wrong message. What the fuck? There we go. Hey, okay. So, if you guys are already subscribed to me, you can use the funny Kurisu with the megaphone. If you don't, then you can just put it in full-on caps lock when we raid Loot Tentacles. So, we're going to be raiding Loot Tentacles, who is currently playing Goddess of Victory, Nikke. Is it Nikke? Nike? I don't know what is it. However, I will see you guys on Friday. Friday, we're going to skip the Friday night art stream, and we're going to be playing Slay the Spire, because the Spire is back, and I have to take it down. Again. But until then, I will see you guys on Friday, and thank you guys so much for reading all of these hot takes with me. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye!